don't know. Oh, sounds like a plan. It's something I've noticed in the menu before, which is why I went in the south menu in the first place. Oh well, I hope it's not going to be overbearing. Rump. Alright, we go with rump. Oopsie. Come on. By the way, if you have name suggestions for the other character... Rump? No. If you have name suggestions for the other characters, feel free to post them, because you can actually rename them. Zomp? Not getting any better, is it? Good morning, everybody. Alrighty. Except... well... let's get this going. So, for anyone who does not know this game, in the intro you see 4 people, an entire party of 4, fighting this blonde big guy. And he's casting Indignation. And somehow defeats question mark the Blake blonde guy. There's a lot more story to this entire game than otherwise usually it is. You usually see a little sequence of that blue spark flying through something. That indicates Dows flying through time into the future, where there is a party of 4 people waiting to seal him into his sarcophagus. Interestingly enough, you would expect that those are the same 4 people, but they are actually not. He teleported something like 100 or 200 years into the future, and that's where they seal him into this place here. This guy is called Dows. And those 2 pendants are going to be going to 2 of the people to keep the Dows sealed in. So he will not be able to escape anytime soon. These are nice graphics for Super Nintendo. Yes, and the sound design is insane. As in, this game has a fully voiced sound clip. Let me actually real quick remove the input display on the top left. Alright, you don't need to see that. So, and here we have Cress, our main character, or Rump in this case, and this is his father in the middle there of the screen. Here we have Chester and his little sister, Amy. Chester is basically just living alone with his little sister. It is kind of implied that their parents, well, are gone one way or another. Cress still lives with his mother and his father. His father is a famous swordsman and one of the descendants of the original people that sealed away Dows. And Cress, for his, I think, 16th birthday, received a pendant that you saw was used to seal away Dows. Actually, let me... something is not right here. Wow. That would have been weird. I accidentally set all encounters to 0. Maybe I will have to reset here. Either way, Chester and Cress are basically best friends and they decide to go out for hunting. I might get into an encounter here because, as I said, I set all... yeah, alrighty. This is going to completely obliterate me. Don't worry, that's all planned. That's not supposed to happen. Let's try this again. So, what happened there is, I was testing some stuff at some point, and I still had the encounter rate set to 0. And if you disable that inside towns, you get into a random encounter, default encounter inside towns, which is the Fang Wolf, basically ID 0. And that is way too strong. There's no way to survive that at all. So, don't worry about it. We're just going to start again. This time, hopefully, with 50% less failures. Whoopsie. Oh well. And yes, it is. This is one of the latest Super Nintendo releases. Greetings, Ralrai. How are you doing? This game was released very late in the Super Nintendo life cycle, more specifically Super Famicom life cycle even. And that's also a big reason as to why it was never localized or translated to different languages. Alongside it actually being a ridiculously large game. On top of that, if you have a cartridge of this game, the cartridge is actually noticeably heavier than your average other cartridge from other games, just because it has a special chip in it that allows it to be way larger than your average Super Nintendo game, as in this is 6 megabyte, as in 48 megabit in terms of its ROM size. It has fully voiced song in it, which has even a different overlay of a of a dog singing the theme song as well. As in, it's kind of insane what they did on a technical level for this game. Just the sound design overall is crazy. It also has a special sound chip in it, I think, to even get more out of the good old Super Nintendo. Thank you for the host, Rai Bastian, Voltus, and Rudex. Appreciate that. So yeah, once again, this guy in the middle here, that is Cress' father. Cress at the bottom, he is our main character. This is Chester and his little sister Amy. You're fine, glad to hear that, alright. Fight or die challenge, take 2. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't run away, right? As in, you literally couldn't run away from that weird encounter. Impossible. And you also can't damage the boss, because that's a late game boss, basically. So, alrighty. We managed to go out here, and this guy on the bottom right is an old man called Tristan, and he is one of the, well, bloodline heritage people of the other group. This is Cress' mother. Actually, Cress' father and mother were both part of the people that sealed Dows away in the sarcophagus, and he is said to be one of the most insanely strong people. So first off, we go into set the message speed to quick, battle off, and there's that. We don't need to do anything else. So what I did there with the battle thingy is I set the camera panning off. As in, normally at the beginning of a battle, the camera would scroll across the screen to show you all the enemies. Also here Tristan goes, "Hey guys, are we going out for hunting? Good luck." So, and yes, we are going to go out for boar hunting, and just because this is hard mode, I just saved over my save. Whatever. This is hard mode, which means enemies are generally stronger. I have no idea in which fashion, and I'm not allowed to use holy bottles, which would be coming into play later. So I will just get into random encounters here one way or another. Right here. As in, I don't exactly know where the random encounters will be. Normally I would just run away from them and set up my party in a fashion where it's quicker to run away from them. Also, that bird does a lot of damage. And here we have a bugbear. And we defeat those. 24 gold acquired, a bit of experience. That did a lot of damage there. There's a good chance I will just straight up die to the boss, but that's why we saved before entering here. I'm not allowed to run. Another owl and 2 bugbear encounters. The dangerous portion about this is that the owl is just a ranged character. And yeah, I'm just straight up dead here. There's no way to survive that, I don't think. Wow, Chester is really good at dodging right now. You are defeated. Yep, and this is how hard mode goes, it seems. Their deaths mark the end of all hopes and dreams. I would say it was a bit unlucky that I got into specifically that encounter, because that is the most dangerous encounter in the entire forest. Later on, I will have basically no clue what random encounters there will be in the first place, because I avoid all of them in a speedrun. 3 owls. So you might think 3 owls are probably worse because the owl is really the enemy that does the most damage here. Which... there's a good chance that's true. So maybe this is the worst encounter. I think I'm just going to go back for now. Alright, we are... What? I don't have items to heal, do I? I guess I do have items to heal. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I have no idea how to survive just the most basic encounters until I get some more things later. Hey, bees! 37 damage. Sign Bolt learned. So, in this game you have skills and you can assign them to your ranged ability or short range ability. Depending on how far away from an enemy you are, you use one or the other, as in short or long ranged. You can't use short range ability at a distance and vice versa. So this is a long range ability. And it kind of helped me to get through this little encounter here. Level 2 is where Dress learns the Zeinbold ability. Chester will never learn any abilities whatsoever. He will always have his basic attack, which is surprisingly useful actually. Wow, that owl just attacked me from so far away. This is ridiculous. Wow. This is amazing, by the way. I have no idea how to survive this. Maybe I shouldn't do this on hard mode, but at the same time, I don't have to complete this necessarily in one day. You are defeated. And greetings, the last end. You missed the Phantasia runs? Well, this is going to be a pretty special one. Because I have no idea how to survive stuff. Maybe if I just have random encounters out here, that might be easier to survive. These don't have a whole lot of HP and they don't give much XP. Actually, let's just try and go, I guess. Maybe I will get lucky and get only bee encounters. This is really interesting. Hi, greetings, as is looked. How are you doing? So what we would normally do is you just kind of run away from all encounters. Since I'm not allowed to do that, and this is hard mode, this is a bit more difficult than your average encounter, it seems. Ow. Yeah, alrighty. Just going to reset here. Fight and die. Take 5. So yeah, the main issue right now is I'm just so limited in the supplies I can get. And the enemies do so much damage, it's kind of crazy. I would be able to fight the boss if I get the setup correctly. The boss should not be too much of an issue. Hey, apple gummy acquired, which means I have a little bit more healing items now. Take 5 indeed. Okay. The bee had to defend there. Kind of silly. The apple gummy acquired though, that's nice. I'm going just to use one to heal up. And hope this is going to be enough for the first boss here. So, here we finally arrive in a specific location where Cress has a vision. A vision of a dryad calling out to him. Or a ghost of a dryad. What she said is essentially just, Cress, please, protect this tree. That's all she says. Then afterwards, Chester just comes back and says, hey, you look like you've seen a ghost. Oh yeah, he also has a vision of the tree being fully blooming and blossoming, instead of the rotten little, well, piece of that tree it is right now. I don't even know what you call that in English. Either way, After a short while they find the boar, and it turns out the boar actually was protecting the little piggies. So I'm going to be attacking the little piggies here. Okay, this could be a bit difficult. I'm going to be using an apple gummy here on... Well, I'm pretty much dead here. There's no way Chester will be able to defeat the boar by himself. Basically impossible. Wow, 2 shots and he's dead. So there's a setup that I can do for defeating the boar. What is normally the goal in this fight against the boar is that I try to kill the little piggies behind it really quickly, so I get additional items after defeating the boss. And then just pincer the boss with Chester being on the left and Crest being on the right. That way I would be able to... Oh, that's nice. That way I don't risk getting hit. That way I would be able to repeatedly hit the boss without him having the ability to defend. If you attack an enemy from the backside, he will not be able to defend. I think he still takes the same amount of damage, but because I can't just stun knock him, it would not even matter how much damage I deal, I would just defeat him eventually. Which is pretty convenient. Like number 6. Am I sure I want to do hard mode? Well, maybe. I feel like this is really just the beginning portion. We'll see. If I fail, let's say, 2 more times against the boss, I will probably just switch over to normal mode in this case. Otherwise that might get really boring. I didn't expect it to be quite as extreme, but it's also... The early game is rather volatile anyways. Until you have a certain set of equipment and items acquired. Good morning, J. Rodrizzle. Let's see how this is going to go. What did I say? 2 more times? Oh well, I will try this boss 2 more times, I guess. This one and 1 more attempt. It doesn't happen to work out. Oh well, that doesn't work out. So, the idea was good. Unfortunately, for some reason, the boar decided to turn around. Which is rather unhealthy, to say the least. Also, I think I'm going to set up the tactics slightly differently. I'm going to set the formation in a way that Crest will be behind the chest here. So this may not make sense initially, because why is the melee fighter behind the archer? And that is because the archer only shoots when he is in range. As in, Chester will never actually shoot until, well, he is close enough to the enemy. But since I have manual control over my main character, I can just attack with it. By the way, attacking in this game means you are literally running towards the enemy, and depending on whether I tap the attack button once or twice, it gives me a different attack. So if I tap the button twice, I will do a jumping attack. If I'm far enough away, the jumping attack will involve me... That's a pretty good battle so far. The jumping attack will involve me going from far away to jump up there. Also, let's equip the ability again, because I leveled up. Or if I'm close enough, he will do a jump up attack. If I only tap the attack button once, he will run up to the enemy, smack him and then run back. As in, that is the basic idea of the combat system. You attack and then your character runs back to his position. Unless I interrupt his movement midway. Hey, greetings, background guy. Thank you for the good luck, sir. Enjoyed the Fisherman's race yesterday. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Is this like solo white mage challenge? No, this is actually supposed to be reasonable. Or well, Let's put it this way, I guess there is a reason as to why hard mode is a special input you need to do to start the game. This is not a hack or anything like that, that is actually programmed into the game. So I may have it here. There we go, alrighty. Pincer the Boar, finally defeated. So what's normally supposed to happen is I try to kill 2 little piggies to get additional items to use. But unfortunately in this case, I didn't. So after you defeat the boar and get some meat for your village or your family, etc., you actually hear the bells ringing in the town. The bells ringing are always a bad sign, which means your town is probably in pretty big danger or something like that. Maybe a fire has broken out, you don't know. So you hurry back to town, see what happens and try to help them as soon as you can. Which ironically, as soon as they can, would usually involve running away, right? So yeah, the battle system is slightly clunky, but not too terrible, I would say. Okay, we can do this like this. So it's a bit of a finicky ordeal to try and get everything going. I think I'm just going to use Jester's range advantage here to help me out. Nice. Alrighty. We run back to town and we see everything is burning in ashes. Stuff is really not happy. People are just straight up dead, as in they don't beat around the bush. Your father, straight up dead. Your mother is definitely wounded. And her last words are basically, Cress, run away. Go to north to Euclid, where your uncle and aunt reside. Seek refuge, and make sure they don't get your pendant. So it turns out that there was an invading army of people. They didn't even shy away from killing the little Amy, Chester's little sister. And yeah. This is a practice run for this challenge type. No, this is just a challenge run itself. Either way, Chester decides to stay behind in town. Your mother, or Cress's mother, gave him the advice or suggestion to seek refuge in the town to the north, where his aunt and uncle are. And here Cress realizes that the pendant the invaders were looking for is the one he actually has, the one that was used to seal away Dows. He doesn't know about Dows at this point, and that way we just have to leave the town, everybody burning. Chester, as I said, he decided to stay behind and give everybody in town a proper burial. Or at least that's what his idea is on what he wants to do. So, I'm not allowed to run away from battle, however, I'm allowed to do some manipulation, like here. What I did just there is I left the area specifically and then re-entered it. Leaving the area will reset my step counter, and I will get into battle way later. I have nothing to sell. Normally I would buy some items here, but I have literally nothing. Wow, this is kind of special. So, 2 bugbears, I should be able to beat them. In theory. So if you are close enough to the enemy, you will just do a swing, and that's it. If he defends, I might be in big trouble. So I have 2 HP, and I get another level. This might be pretty ugly if I get into another encounter here, so let me real quick save again. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Alright, this little stretch has a tiny chance of getting into an encounter. It's such a small chance that it's usually negligible. And, well, normally you just run away, but right now that's not really an option. Either way, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to try and buy jet boots, because that's what you do normally in a speedrun. Then I'm going to equip them and run. Actually, I probably should not have bought jet boots. I should have bought the other consumable item instead, since I will not have enough money to buy them here, do I? So this guy here sells you some items. I guess I can just buy exactly one health item without having the little piggy meat, so to speak. So in the boss battle, as I said, there would be normally sirloin drops, because you try to kill at least 2 little piggies, and they are worth 200 gold each. And that is a really, really good starting money. But, well, we don't have that luxury right now. So we managed to find our uncle's house, and they have heard that something really, really terrible happened at our homestead. And, well, it turns out that the raiders who invaded our hometown looking for the pendant have actually arrived here too. So what happens here is they threaten your uncle to eradicate the entire village, the same what happened to your hometown, if they don't actually sell you out to the raiders. So your uncle basically has the choice between the raiders eradicating the entire village or giving them his nephew. Later on, if you try to return back to the uncle, you will actually not find him. He will be gone. It's implied that he was probably taken away by the raiders anyway, since he knew too much. So on here, Chester, you can see, is trying to dig graves and give everybody in the home village a proper burial. And then he hears horses arriving. Chester's and Cress' idea is that they want to take revenge as good as they can. This here is the leader of those Black Knights. By the way, Miguel is your own hometown. And this guy here just exclaimed, "The second pendant is mine." In the mirror, you can see something's not right with this guy. The second pendant implies that he already got the first one, but now he has both pendants. Well then. Unlike Chrono Trigger or Secret of Mana, the guards here are actually pretty clever. They take away all your weapons and armor. There's no way to fit through that hole. There is not. And you don't really have an option of doing anything except wait for a little while. So you could actually unequip your armor and weapon, weapon and shield, there we go, to sell it earlier, but that is barely not worth it. And here we have something. We just received an item, or more specifically an earring, in the form of a unicorn. And the only person that we find over here is this lady who was stabbed with a sword. We take the sword and use it to break open the bar. We need to actually equip the sword. Going to go up here real quick. Open the door, creamy cheese. Creamy cheese is a food item that you can just put into your bag. Food items help you recover HP every step you take. And the voice, the mysterious voice that helped us escape from our cell, also told us, please go to the cell nearby and help my daughter escape. So this lady here, somehow, despite being chained and dead, gave us the earring, freed us from her cell, and apparently she is dead since a while. We don't want to take tell this young lady here, who is called Mint, that her mother is dead over there in the cell, and we tell her, we haven't seen anybody there. We need to go, come on, don't waste any time. So, here, I'm going to set Mint to be a bit further behind. I will set the tactics to have Mint always use healing effects, and then I'm just going to move on here. Here we have a healing circle. Also this dungeon where we are currently in, it has encounters. The encounters are even normally kind of dangerous if you're under-leveled, so let's see what we're getting here. The leeches here are actually really difficult to hit. I'm using a jump attack because this is guaranteed to not get me hit, in this case. Usually anyways, unless the leech retaliates quick enough. Mint herself, she has a little melee attack if she really wants to use it, but her main feature is first aid. She's basically a supporter and healer of the group. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to walk through the dungeon. So you might be wondering, I just bought earlier some accessories, which allow me to run the jet boots. Oh my god. I actually completely missed a little leash there. Thank you for the heal, mate. So, I bought the jet boots. Jet boots allow me to run in combat, outside of combat, in dungeons. But I'm not going to do that actually. The reason why I don't want to do that is because the encounter rate is doubled. Also, let me equip the wooden shield real quick. The encounter rate is doubled if you are running. Which means, normally the game decides to take a number between I think 48 and 100 steps. By the way, one tile is 2 steps. It chooses a random number between actually 24 and something like 100. I don't know the exact numbers anymore. And what it happens is it counts down from that number, and once it reaches 0, you will get into an encounter. What I'm doing here is I just go and collect some items on the side, which I have routed out from the road since a long time. Ooh, this is going to be a bit of a difficult one here. So the slimes are not that dangerous, usually. But if they get to attack you, they deal massive damage. Thankfully, Mint, in our back row here, is a healer. And that heal is very, very valuable currently. So what I would normally have bought with the little pig meat would have been 2 orange gummies. Orange gummies allow me to replenish my magic. Magic replenishing is otherwise not a thing in this game. So I also gain a weapon that is called the rapier, but weapons in this game have 2 attack stats. One is for swinging and one is for poking enemies, basically. As in, I don't know the exact wording of it anymore. Either way, swing is what I'm doing right now, so I don't want to equip the rapier, since it would deal less damage than me swinging right here. So, I think what I will want to do is level up to level 4 before I encounter the next enemy. Also, you may have noticed, I deliberately did not use any ability so far, as in I'm just using basic attacks instead of using any abilities. I'm level 3 right now, and there's going to be a boss coming up. The boss has 2 little leeches in the boss encounter, which are a huge, huge issue to deal with. That just killed me. That's also why I saved, by the way. The little leeches, they don't have a whole lot of life, but the 2 issues they bring with them is they are really difficult to hit, as in sometimes your character just swings and misses. And the other issue is that their attack is ridiculously fast, as in they can attack about 4 times before you can attack once. And if you're unlucky, they will just combo you to death basically instantly. So what I would want to do is take them out from a distance, if I can somehow arrange that. And greetings, elusive pony. How are you doing? So Mint is starting to run out of magic. That is actually less than ideal. I don't know how much experience I need for the next level, because I don't usually go... I usually go to level 3 here. Oh, I'm 4 already? Next is 79. Mint one more level would be one more battle, so I might want to do that. Also, I'm just going to use the creamy cheese to replenish some HP while we are walking. Essentially, food item just count down with every step you take, and they replenish your HP one by one for every step. Greetings, elusive pony, thank you for the good luck. Can definitely use that. And greetings to you, Slox, and Morik, and everybody else that is here. But the reason why I want to mint level up one more time as well is because she will get a bit more magic. The main tricky thing is here, if I take more damage, she will use more magic to heal. Which is less than ideal. So, alrighty. She says first aid, as in first aid, or kind of like in the Japanese English type version voice. Alrighty. Now, after we try to go through the sewers, we encounter the gargoyle, or as he is called in the fan translation here, devil. I will just repeatedly use this Cyan Bolt ability to take out the little slugs in the back. As in, I don't want to actually hit the devil type guy. I really want to take out the slug, since it is the dangerous entity of this fight. But I also will want to try and do, he will come down in a second here, hopefully anyways. I want to pincer him between Mint and Cress here. The thing is, you might think, why don't you just jump up and hit him? But I actually can't, even if I try to. Because I'm not far enough away to do a jumping attack. I need to be a certain distance away to be able to do a jumping attack. Otherwise it straight up doesn't work. But I can do this. I just repeatedly hit him. But it would be faster if I just would have him on ground level and can just hit him with repeated attacks. Although that seems like a dangerous endeavor in the first place. So maybe I want to just have him keep doing his pointless poking and keep doing the jump attacks. So here I had to manually walk away from him. Alright, that was actually a lot easier than I anticipated it to be. So we defeat the little boss, and both Mint and Cress escape from the sewers after the next battle. Oh, please don't kill me. Alright. Buckbears is okay. When you hear the bang sound, that means I couldn't use an ability, because it tries to use the short range ability, but I don't have a short range ability equipped. Alright, we are out. Sewer Galgon defeated. After we successfully escaped from the prison, Cress jumps in front of the slug, protecting Mint from a poison attack, and then Mint just carries Cress away to safety after we hear some more horses in the distance trying to escape, and probably those are our pursuers trying to catch us, which is not that great, obviously. So Cress passes out, and we wake up in this guy's house. So this turns out this guy is called Toronx Morrison, if I'm not mistaken. And he is another one of the descendants and people that sealed away Dows in the sarcophagus. So he actually knows about our dependents, and it turns out Mint's mother was one of the 4 people that sealed away Dows as well. So we are all somehow connected one way or another. As it turns out, Cress is also here. Chester. So Chester actually got help from Toronx Morrison to bury all the people in Miguel, as in their home village, after they got all murdered. So Toronx Morrison actually helped out Chester quite a bit here, and also it is implied that he brought Cress back to their hometown here. A home thing here, and also saved them. After Mint carried Cress quite a distance, apparently. So, and it turns out, after we tell him that our pendant was taken away by the Dark Knight, Toronx is really not happy at all about that at all. He immediately realizes what that means, because the Black Knight is attempting to free Dows for one or the reason or the other. He doesn't know why, but he needs to stop that from happening. Dows is basically the big bad evil guy who is too powerful to be defeated or killed, so they had to seal him away. And so Toronx decides to go into the Catacombs and see that the Black Knight does not actually get to free him. He also tells Cress and Chester and Mint to stay here. Do not come after me, you would just be a burden. I mean, he literally tells Cress, how many times have you defeated your father in a duel? And Cress has to say, well, not single time with my sword. By the way, he went hunting with a sword. Just saying that. But at the same time, Cress just kind of goes, but I really want to take revenge. But also Cress kind of sees the logic that the Black Knight defeated Miguel in a combat where Cress never had stood a chance against Miguel. So he kind of realizes he would probably be a burden. But Chester is really not happy about that. He wants to avenge their entire village. And here we have Tristram. Tristram just kind of comes over here and tells them, hey, look guys, I know what Toronx said, basically, but I'm going to see and teach you some tricks. So meet me at the entrance of the Catacombs to the southeast of here. Also here is where Cress realizes, hey, where's my pendant? Or the earring that I got in the prison? I have no idea where it is. So here we have a wandering merchant. I'm going to be selling the rapier because I will not need it. And I will keep the savory. Then I buy some basic supplies. What I would normally buy here are some other things, actually. By the way, this is the fully voiced song in the game, it's ridiculous. I'm going to buy a longbow for Chester, because that increases his output by a fair bit. I'm going to buy a chain... no, that's too expensive. I'm buying some leather gloves. I would normally buy a second set of jet boots, but I don't need that in this run. Flare bottles. Did I just buy a chainmail? No, actually, I don't go to buy chainmail. I'm just going to stock up on orange gummies, which replenish my MP. Also getting the heavy stone over here, that is kind of hidden. And let's go. Once again, I would like to point out how ridiculous it is. Let's get Chester ahead. I would like to point out how ridiculous it is to have a fully voiced song in a Super Nintendo game. That actually sounds quite decent. So what I'm going to be doing here is, instead of going to the Catacombs to the southeast, I'm going to real quick backtrack. Also, I should have equipped Chester with the new bow, since he would deal a significantly larger amount of damage now. I forgot! It's okay. I'm going to real quick go back to our home village, because everybody, as you can see, is buried, and here is something that I have not picked up before, which you are normally expected to pick up the first time you're here. So, what I'm getting here is the Night Saber. The Night Saber is actually a really strong weapon, which allows us to defeat enemies way easier. As in, the Night Saber is really strong, but it's expected that it's removed from you after you get thrown into prison. But because I didn't have the Night Saber, and I only go to pick it up now, I still have now that quite strong and potent weapon. And greetings, Ministers, how are you doing, sir? So, once again, let's see our damage. 82. That is approximately 3 times as much as before. Also, Chester will, interestingly enough, deal approximately the same amount of damage as Cress. So Chester, he does not learn any abilities for combat, but his basic stats are increasing by a ridiculous amount, as in his basic attacks deal so much damage. It's pretty interesting to see. Also, I had no idea that those owls take reduced damage from fire. As in, the weapon I use now has fire element to it. Don't ask me why, I guess just because the knights just threw away all and everything. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'll use a little trick to reduce the chance of getting into an encounter by repeatedly interacting with the sign on the side. Here Tristan tells us on how to master certain techniques and use combination attacks. I'm probably not going to resort to combination attacks at all. So he would teach us the Zion kick, which means you need to use Zion bolt 100 times and double kick 100 times, which we don't even have yet, by the way, I think. We may have it already. But what I'm going to do here is I repeatedly mash the A button, as in I'm interacting with the side. You can't see it, but every time I do this, every time I press the A button, I increase my step counter by 1. And that ensures that I can actually get into this area here before getting a counter. So, whenever you see me running... Also, the first one, did I fight the first one? I think this was the one that I stopped fighting at some point, because I no longer needed the item. So, this guy here, he is really easy prey for my repeated swings, and a rather strong weapon. There's a dual kick that I'll learn. So there are various rooms in this game that have no encounters at all. Like those rooms here, they have the sarcophagus with the treasure items and the ambush enemies that always ambush you, by the way. Oh, they don't always ambush you. They normally ambush you. Either way, we just use that repeatedly to our advantage, that those rooms have no encounters, because, as I mentioned earlier, the encounters function in the way that they reduce the steps until it reaches 0. But I just reset that number by going to those side rooms. And Deitel, thank you for 12 rounds in a row. I really appreciate that. That's such a long time. Thank you so much, Deitel. Here I get an hourglass. Hourglasses are ridiculously strong items, and I want them for everything. So whenever you see me running, that will probably mean, especially in this playthrough, that there are no encounters in those rooms at all. But hey Deitel, thank you so much for 12 rounds in a row. I even get a chainmail. I actually did not know there was a chainmail in this room at all. Or I probably forgot, more like it. So here we get a rune bottle, and a rune bottle is a special item which will allow us to transform different items into different things. So what that means is a rune bottle allows us to transform different items into better items, or slightly different items. It's usually a better item anyways. So earlier I picked up an hourglass, and I will at some point use the A rune bottle, as in you can pick up many of those or just buy them at some point, onto the hourglass to make a chronoglass out of it. A chronoglass allows us to stop time inside encounters for 10 seconds instead of the 5 from an hourglass. So, for the most part, I actually have no idea what those enemies can do to me. And once again, I'm walking instead of running, just for the purpose of it's safer if I walk, since I get into encounters less often. So I'm going to set Mint to use her hammer ability. Because if she hammers the enemy, he will get dizzy, and I can hit him without him possibly defending against it. The golems here, mini-boss golems, have a rather high chance of defending against my attacks, and this way they are just kind of toast. And from this golem, I would usually get the first holy bottle, which I would use rather early to take advantage of that. So, pushing and pulling around statues is actually the same as running, in that every step costs me 2 steps of getting into an encounter quicker. I'm going to tell Mint to no longer use the hammer ability, because I don't actually want to use that in random encounters. And I don't have a good way to restore magic outside of using the orange button. Thing is, wrong button. So I just need to push this statue onto the switch over here. And what normally holy bottles do is they increase your step counter to the highest possible value for steps, which is 255 steps until I would get into an encounter. Which means, because I am not allowed to use holy bottles in this playthrough, I will essentially get into encounters way more often. What we normally do... Also, this is the lace ruby, it's basically a key item to open the door later. What we normally do is we use holy bottles as soon as we can buy them in such a way that we go to something like 10 steps until the next encounter, and then use another holy bottle to get into the next encounter, to avoid getting into the next encounter, because it resets the step counter back to 255. As in, once you acquire the ability to buy holy bottles, you will never get into a random encounter anymore in a speedrun. So, alrighty, going to do something else here. So what you would normally do is, earlier I would have used the holy bottle. I'm mashing the A button by the way right now. I would have used the holy bottle to increase that step counter by 255, which would allow me to get to this statue here, increase the step counter even further, and that avoids even more random encounters by just allowing me to not only get those 2 hidden items, which are basically just money for the most part, but also get into this room up here, this one, before getting into an encounter, which means I will be able to reach those rooms, sections here, which have never any encounter inside them at all. This main hall actually has random encounters, so I'm going to real quick dive into this room, reset the step counter, and go into this main room. That way I avoid all the random encounters. So, I'm not allowed to use holy bottles, but I'm allowed to use every other trick in the book to not get into random encounters. So. So usually I will get into an encounter shortly after using the second platform, sometimes before that. Alright, that kind of worked. So here, we drop the lace ruby. Oops, Crest is such a klutz. Then I pick up the lace ruby. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to walk up to the lace ruby. To pick it up, and then, oops, Clarf is even more of a klutz and drops the lace ruby into the basement, where you need to go and pick it up afterwards. But you can interact with objects from just far enough away that I completely ignore that. As in, I now have the lace ruby already, but the game doesn't realize that I have to reset the room. Otherwise the game doesn't realize that I already have the required item. Also, the cutscene here gets really confused. I dropped the lace ruby again, but the door is open anyways. So this door is normally only open if you have the lace ruby, which I clearly do have it, right? Either way, we get into another mini-boss encounter with 2 golems, which I just realized it was actually a pretty silly move to not have flare bottles with me. Tactic, Mint, use your ability to help fighters. I just helped Mint to use her hammer ability to hopefully stun this golem. So this is basically they pincer us. So I need to kill one golem really quick before something bad happens here. Thankfully, managed to defeat them. Also, by the way, fun fact. Those golems absorb Zion bolt damage. So I could not even attack them from afar if I tried. We get 2 more holy bottles, which are completely useless, and I probably will just sell for 45 gold each, which is not a whole lot. Either way, we managed to get into the main sanctuary room of this area, where the Dark Knight just managed to undo the seal that was set up to keep Dows sealed away. We very briefly actually kind of distract Toronx, and that gives the Black Knight enough time to undo the seal. And so everything that our parents and people in the village worked for is now undone. And the big bad evil guy called Dows will emerge from the sarcophagus. So it turns out the Black Knight was actually manipulated by Dows somehow. Also, listen to this sound effect real quick. I just love it. I love that little footstep, just kind of him landing there. Either way, it turns out the Dark Knight was actually manipulated by Dows to undo the seal. He promised him a lot, apparently, and the Dark Knight was under the impression that Dows would then serve him. But he has different plans. He just completely wipes out the 2 soldiers. And keep in mind, those are the soldiers and the guys that eradicate the entire village. And he just kind of flicks a finger and everybody's dead. And here we have a bit of an issue, because Dows is way too powerful. We have no chance of fighting against him. Toronx gives Cress a book, and then he starts channeling a spell. Chester realizes that Toronx would be too slow to complete his spell, interrupts him by just jumping into this ridiculous guy who flicked away the others with a finger, as in just kind of destroyed the other enemies. And basically just sacrificed himself. And Toronx, he does not want to tell Dows where he just sent the other 2. So Cress and Mint got teleported to safety. To someplace. So, this is essentially the intro sequence complete. From here on out I will have a bit more freedom with equipment and stuff, but also my weapon will not be quite as potent anymore compared to the enemies, so I will need to find different solutions, I feel. Either way. It turns out we are not just in a different place, but in a really weird area. So this is the book that Toronx D. Morrison gave to us before he teleported us away. We have no idea where we are or what currently is happening. All we know is that we need to find a way to stop Dows, and that is our current goal. Chester's bow completely broken because, well, I guess abandoned it or something like that. And this is kind of what happened. Actually, I don't need to save him. This is kind of what happens here. So we go into the next village, which is called Beladum. And the villagers are just kind of surprised. Oh, visitors. We haven't had visitors in a long time in this little village here. And everybody is immediately curious about this. So it turns out the elder, hey, where are you guys coming from? Are you lost? And we just kind of inquire where our home village might be. Todos? Miguel? Never heard of it. This here is the village of Beladum, and everything you may have noticed looks slightly familiar, but not quite. So what is happening here? We decide to go into the elder's house and just have a little bit of a talk. By the way, I'm just kind of paraphrasing everything because last time I read all the English text, that was a long time ago. So maybe I'm not even quite accurate in whatever I'm telling. So, Mint tells them, hey, I can heal. And they just kind of have no idea what healing magic even is. As in, they show us magic like this instead. Fireball. Boom. So it turns out, we actually, as in Crescent Mint, we have no clue what magic is. As in fireball conjuring, no clue what that is. But we actually have healing techniques that can help everybody. So Mint's healing technique is completely unknown to them. We never actually seen magic. As in, magic seems to have died a long time ago. And it's kind of a thing of about fairy tales. So it turns out, we are not just in a different place. Toronx teleported us about 100 years into the past. And apparently, Dows back then was already wreaking havoc, because they actually recognized the name Dows as the, let's say, big bad evil guy that needs to be stopped one way or another. Here, the village elder explains to us that he is actually a half-elf, or descendant of elves, and elves in this world can cast magic and magic spells, and that way, that's how they can use those powers. Mint, on the other hand, she is just the daughter of a cleric, but the school of clerics does not actually exist yet in this distant past, so healing magic is not actually a thing yet, or not really anyways. And greetings, Laitlin, how is it going? So, the village elder and his wife are kind enough to give you the opportunity to rest in their house for now until you need to leave tomorrow. And Mint just kind of exclaims, Cress, there's only a single bed. And Cress is a bit slow about what Mint actually means with that. And he just immediately goes as soon as he reads, oh, yeah, I'm going to sleep on the floor. No problem, that's kind of my thing anyways. And here's also where I really like those little cutscenes. Initially, also thank you for the host, Finger TV. Initially, Mint and Cress are just kind of conversing a little bit still, while about to fall asleep. Then Mint just contemplates some more, 100 years in the past. What are we going to do? Eventually, Cress just falls asleep. Mint just kind of goes, I wish you good night. Then checks on him anyways. Just realizes, hey, he doesn't even have a cover. Brings him a bedsheet over there, covers him, and then quickly goes back to bed. I love those little details. Thank you for the host, World Chaos. And greetings to you. Welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. So this is what we do for starters. And then we move on. So, we are 100 years in the past and somehow need to find a way to defeat the guy called Dows. I get a silence here, I actually don't need that item at all. Not even worth money. Life bottle is to resurrect. Stake is a little bit of money. Mystical rune is a ridiculously good item. Oh no, Krabby, get out of there. Oh my god. So the reason why I did not go to the right first is there's a bird over here. That was ridiculously bad luck, by the way. This crab sometimes goes over to the right for some reason and just can go through this order. But the reason why I didn't go to the right first is because this bird here, he flies away after a set amount of time. So I would have had enough time to get this. So I get the elixir. Elixirs are your standard item for JRPGs, just replenish all your HP and TP in one go. I keep saving because I have no clue what kind of random encounters there are here. And I'm not allowed to run. So we do this instead. This looks fine. I'm going to tell Mint to just heal instead of doing anything else. That seems to be the most reasonable choice. So we gain some levels and some more. Greetings, TNSC. And my pleasure. Glad you enjoyed it. You're doing well, sir. Just going to heal up real quick. I'm going to be saving way too often, aren't I? Either way, we go into this area here. I should have left it again, actually, because this doesn't... Entering this area for some reason does not reset your step counter, but leaving does. So we're moving on. Once again, I'm not running inside of areas, because that increases the... well, that doubles the amount of time it takes, and shortens the amount of time it takes on how many steps it is until I get into the next encounter. I'll pick up some more items here, mostly for money and selling purposes, and also various other ideas, like Mix Gummy is just worth 1000 gold. Rune Bottle is actually useful for mixing items with it. Oops, that's the wrong way. I haven't done this in a while. There's some money here. And there's also... charm bottle here. Charm bottles are used to get a discount in shops. Use a rune bottle and a charm bottle, you get a miracle bottle, and then you get even a bigger discount in shops. So, what we do here is we went to the town in the north, and we heard there is a guy called Clarf F. Lester. So, Clarf is a scholar. And the scholar that is trying to figure out a way for humans to cast spells. As in currently, as I said in this world, only elves or descendants of elves, like half-elves, can actually cast spells in this game, or this universe. Clarf is trying to figure out how to summon magic somehow, and his current approach is that he wants to figure out how to form summoning pacts with elemental spirits. And that would be his way for humans to actually cast magic. He has started this for a long time, he has specific tattoos and markings all over his body. He is basically ready to form those pacts. The pact forming is an ancient technique that has long since been forgotten, even in the distant past here, as in no one knows about that anymore, but that used to be a thing apparently. And there are still those pact rings somewhere around that you need to form those pacts. So after we tell Clarf that, hey, we are trying to find a way to defeat Dows, it is also said Dows can only be defeated by magic, as in he cannot be harmed by swords or physical weapons, only magic. So we are also looking for magic companions that help us to defeat Dows eventually, and that's kind of the goal here. Miranda is Clarf's girlfriend, or well, it's kind of implied, it's never really explicitly stated whether it's his wife or his girlfriend. And, well, we are on our way to try and move on. So Clarf just kind of says, if you help me form pacts, I will help you on the battle against Dows. And so, well, Clarf just kind of gets recruited in our party. So what I'm going to be doing here is I will be doing some basic item management. Items I'm going to use for rune bottles. I will use it on the charm bottle I picked up earlier, but actually not for getting a discount here. Currently the charm bottles sell for such a high amount of money. Also I sell random items just because they would clutter my inventory otherwise. Those random items sell for such a high amount of money that it's actually worth it to just transform them and use them like this. Also, holy bottles I don't need. So mixed gummies, they are worth 1000 gold each. stake I will never use. I keep the mystical pendant because that allows me to cast spells fast. Elixir and Lotus Parfume. By the way, that's the miracle thingy that I mentioned. Lotus Parfume we get. Then I buy a Crescent Axe, that is currently the best weapon that I can buy. And then I'm going to stock up on other supplies just for basically the next portion of the game. Well, then I buy various consumable items. Life bottles, I will probably not need that many quite yet. Flare bottles are what I've been missing so far, actually quite a bit. I'll probably want to have more of those, but I can still buy more later. I'm going to buy... Actually no, I'm not going to use the dark bottle. I need a pickaxe and a rope to progress through the next dungeon, by the way. If you don't buy them, you will not be able to progress. So, now we equip everything just the best. Then move on. Magical fails, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Also, one thing I forgot to do. I want to order by time and then... Not miscellaneous. What is it? There. Battle items. That gives me the order of items to use in battles rather quickly, so which is rather nice. So, we heard that the guy in the valley here, also I love this music by the way, he is called... I forgot what he is called. Let's see, I think Clarf mentioned it. Bart. His name is Bart. So, it is said that he has one of those pact rings that we need to form a pact with Sylph, the summon spirit of the wind. And Bart actually has his own problem in that his daughter, Archie, has been missing since a while and he has no idea where it is. Also the winds in the mountains have been going wild and it is actually rather dire of an idea to go into the mountains right now because the winds are going wild and there are enemies just around here. So here, interacting with those rocks initially just removes them. You need the pickups to do this. But just standing here and mashing the A button, kind of like interacting with the sign from the side, for some reason every time I press the A button increases my step counted by 1. So I just do this a few times until I have enough steps to get into the next screen without getting encounters, hopefully anyways. Did I equip the Crescent Axe? I did. Alrighty. And here we have those sylphs. Those sylphs are creating wind, as in a ridiculous amount of wind, way too much. And that's a really bad thing for us, because we cannot actually go anywhere without defeating the sylph. So it turns out, those sylph are actually suffering, as in they are suffering heavily. And you just kind of go and kill them and release them from their suffering, I guess? That's kind of what's implied, because you're battling and defeating them. So the sylph apparently are going mad because of miasma that is being leaked from the demon realm. So our job is now to kind of figure out how to make that miasma stop leaking. That way sylphs can return back to normal. And hopefully also give Clarf the ability to form a summon pact with those little sylph guys. So he's actually going to be useful. Hopefully anyways. It's going to be rather awkward, isn't it? Harpies are actually kind of a nice enemy to fight, interestingly enough. Also, I forgot something. So since I don't want my other characters to die around here, I can actually equip him with an opal ring. And I guess the mystic rune as well already. The opal ring gives Clarf a ridiculous amount of physical defense, which helps us to move on further. Which normally, Clarf having a ridiculous amount of physical defense is not all that exciting. Also, once again, just kind of moving on. Because I actually want Clarf to die in a regular speedrun, so Cress is the only guy who receives the experience. Ouch. I just got poisoned. You remove poison by using remedy bottles, I think. Yeah, alrighty. And it's just healing us up, and then we move on. I deliberately get pushed to the right side because that does not use up steps to get into the next encounter. Get into more encounters, which would normally be a really bad thing. Also, let's just do it like this. So what I'm going to be doing here is I put Clarf in the front. I think he takes significantly less damage than Cress here. Whenever he gets hit. Preferably I wouldn't get hit in the first place, but there's not too much I can do. I will be having a way higher level than usual, but because this is hard mode, I still don't really know what enemies can do, especially bosses that I usually try to defeat with a single character, as in only Cress, will be a bit more of a challenge than usual. And kind of like the previous walls that I can break down and then mash the A button, I can do the same here. So that way I will load up on steps and not get into more encounters. That's the idea anyways. I'm not going to try and avoid all encounters. Also, the areas further on will not have that luxury of being able to just load up on those steps. Oh, help me, help me! Poor sylphs are really in dire danger. So here I use a flare bottle to guarantee one-shotting those sylph guys. I thought they would have more HP and it wouldn't get one-shots on hard mode, but it's okay I guess. So, defeating those little sylph guys, and then moving on. And this is where we get into the miasma territory apparently. Okay, that was a pretty fine battle. Flare bottles, for anyone who does not know, increase my attack power by 30%. Once again, here I can just load up on a few steps. Also, moving through that miasma over there actually damages me actively, which means that is a really bad thing. So here, this is my plan by the way for the basement. I will be loading up on steps to overflow my step counter from up to 255 plus 1, which means it overflows to 0. Normally when you take a step and the step counter reaches 0, the game will put you into battle. But if it's on 0 while I'm not taking a step, for some reason, like normally the way that I would achieve this is I would use a holy battle and then just interact with this wall afterwards. I will overflow the step counter and it will be locked to 0 until I change screens, where it gets reset to 255. Well, usually anyways. But in this case, it will be different. But this way I hope to achieve the greatest possible numbers to be able to avoid the demons in the basement. Alright, this should be hopefully enough to load up to all the way to 255. Also, I completely forgot. I need stone here and put it into the miasma on the left. For some reason I thought the stone was on the left and the miasma was at the bottom, but that's actually the other way around. So I think I should have enough steps to just kind of not get into any encounters here. Hopefully anyways. And it looks good so far. Going to real briefly heal up, just in case I do get into encounters. And down here, demons. We actually, the idea is that you run away from those demons. Demons have a rather odd behavior. Okay, 3 ghosts, that's good. The demons you basically cannot realistically defeat with the current level of, well, level and equipment you have at this point in the game. What you're supposed to do is run away from them. So I don't really have the luxury of running away from those demons, because, well, no running away allowed. So what I'm going to be doing here is I load up on steps. So, alrighty, let's see. I match with approximately 10 times a second. So every second I gain 10 additional steps I can take without getting an encounter. My counter is at lowest approximately at lowest it's about at 10. Until I would have gotten into the next encounter once I reach this wall here. Which means I need to mash approximately 25.5 seconds at full speed to overflow my step counter to not get into an encounter anymore here. And this is literally just to avoid getting into those demon encounters. I'm going to be mashing for about, I think, 50 seconds now to do this, because I can't actually keep up the 10 seconds, 10 thingies at... Let me try to rephrase that. I can't keep up the 10 to 11 mashing per second for that long. It's actually really straining on the arm. So, in theory, there should be no longer any encounters in here. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I found a talisman, that's another 1000 gold. Which also means I can now run without having to worry about random encounters, which is quite nice. Also, I went the wrong way around this. That's okay. Is she? Enjoy the fish. I should have pulled this rock if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it's okay. So, we seal all the miasma away, and now there are no longer any enemy encounters here. After I leave here. So, we just essentially helped out all the little sylphs, and our HP are reduced back to 1, interestingly enough. Because we've been running through that miasma for so long. Outside here, there is 0 random encounters. Now we can actually just run to the mountain peak and get Clarf, the Salmon Pact. Because Bart gave us the ring in exchange for us promising him that we would be on the lookout for his daughter Archie, which he suspected is kind of lost somewhere in the mountains with the harsh winds. And we both cooled down the winds and unfortunately did not find Archie, but we also confirmed that Archie is not in the mountains. So we will be still on the lookout for her for later. What is in the chest above there? The rune bottle that I just picked up? I just picked up a rune bottle. Rune bottles are worth about 2500 gold if you try to buy them. So they are currently quite valuable. Also, I will be using rune bottles in a bit of a different fashion. Right in a second here. Now I have enough rune bottles to do a special thing here. Also, Clarf now gained the ability to summon sylphs. So he actually can use something in battle. He can actually summon spirits. It's awesome, he is actually useful now. Outside of being a ridiculous tank with his physical defense. So Kite Shield and Amber Cloak. I actually stopped picking up those 2 items. Usually because I no longer need them, but in this special playthrough I will still get them. So, as mentioned earlier, Clarf, unfortunately, he's still looking for the daughter, but we also cooled down the wind, so he's okay with us keeping the ring, because, well, Clarf is now kind of mounted. Because he has pact with the summon spirits. And now we decide to go and visit the mana tree. So the sylphs also tell us that there have been the mana tree... Uh-oh. That could be bad. Oh wow, that was okay. So the sylphs also tell us that magic is currently going wild everywhere. And the source of all magic, the mana tree, where's the inn, by the way? I have no idea where the inn is. The source of all magic, the mana tree has been in grave danger recently. Please. I don't usually use that much magic on Mint, so it's kind of weird for me to go and rest in here. This also resists the step counter going in here, although I got into encounter just before, so that was kind of pointless. Well, as usual, entering this area here does not reset the step counter, but leaving does, so I just briefly go outside and then walk through the rest. Usually I'm getting only into one encounter, unless you use a holy bottle. I'm going to tell Clarf to no longer use his magic until I tell him. I will usually tell Clarf manually to call summon spirits. So, and we move on here. So we want to check on the mana tree and see what is going on with it, trying to figure out a way to actually, I don't need to do that. There are only weak encounters in here. Trying to figure out a way to somehow make sure mana tree survives. So our current theory is, or the theory of the party is, Dows, he can only be defeated by magic. So naturally, he has an interest in us. Also, I get a new ability, the lightning bolt, which is something I would usually only get later. Also, I have the dual kicks and so on. Alright, so our natural idea right now is that Dows has an interest in removing all ability to use magic, since magic is the only thing that can actually hurt him, right? So he is probably the guy behind the mana tree decaying. And considering this is about 100 years in the past, Cress knows that the mana tree, or the tree we are going to be visiting in just a second here, is actually already rotten and completely destroyed, essentially, in 100 years in the future. So that's kind of where we know that if we let that happen, there's no way to defeat Dows. So somehow we kind of need to prevent that from happening. So level 9 is, by the way, where I would be normally facing the next boss, because I would just use the lightning bolt ability to my great advantage. And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to just straight up defeat him like that. Either way, this is Dryad, or the Dryad that we've seen in the future. More specifically, that is a vision. And that was what Cress saw as a vision. And Cress also saw the mana tree being fully alive still at some point in the future. It's kind of weird to refer to the future, I guess. Either way, the Dryad explains to us that magic has been draining at rapid speeds, way too fast for it to be replenished by the mana tree, and we somehow need to stop that. Otherwise the tree will wither away and die, which it's already decaying right now. So we kind of need to find a way to heal the tree. Mint has a cute idea of, hey, maybe if I cast first aid on the tree it will get healed. And yeah, it was a nice little idea, I guess. But unfortunately, Mint is too weak. It's still dying. Maybe we will find some way to help the mana tree. So we need to do two things. We need to kind of stop the rampant mana usage, so it's not going to be as... well, the same situation is not reoccurring after we somehow manage to heal the mana tree. So those are our two quests, and also stop Dows, just kind of on the side, I guess. So our tasks are piling on and on and on. And also now, since we have a Summon Spirit Master in a party with Clarf, we will be able to form more pacts with spirits along the way. Hopefully anyways. So, I pick up some various chests, some of which I don't even pick up in speedruns anymore because they are usually kind of out of the way. But specifically, I pick up an hourglass here. Hourglasses are items that you cannot buy. The only way to acquire more hourglasses is to pick them up, or I think you can win them in a tournament in late game. But that's nowhere close to where I'm actually going in this game. Either way. What an hourglass does, it stops time for enemies in battle for 5 seconds. And it works in boss fights, which is the most ridiculous thing ever, because you can just completely destroy them within those 5 seconds. Or, well, if you use a rune bottle on those, it's within 10 seconds. So what I'm going to be doing now is real quick, I use some rune bottles. I'll find them. There. Rune bottles on something that I bought earlier, iron boots. If I use them on iron boots, they are turned into Persian boots. And then I use one rune bottle again onto Persian boots, which turns them into nightmare boots. So what those things do is the following. Persian boots reduce all incoming damage by 30%, so it's just a flat, ridiculous defensive item. It's amazing. Nightmare boots allow me to move 50% faster in combat, which is also quite ridiculous. So normally I only create one set of Persian boots. Also equip jet boots on Min, so we can still run in the overworld. Normally I only create one set of Persian boots, but in this case I'm going to create a second set of Persian boots, just for Mint, and I guess Clarf as well to use eventually. That way they will take also less, well, just straight up 30% less damage. Because it is that strong, it's amazing. So you can clearly see Cress is now moving significantly faster outside of combat. I'm going into this city real quick and back outside just to avoid encounters. And there is a good chance that I don't get into an encounter before I enter this city, and well, that looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? So this city here also got completely destroyed by some guy, and it turns out the city was destroyed by just one person. That person is called Deitel. He used to be a magic student in this town, and our immediate impression is Dows must have destroyed this school here, because magic schools, he's afraid of magic, right? So he probably somehow used Deitel. Or well, actually that's not the immediate conclusion we're wrong. The conclusion is Cress remembers what happened to his village, how badly he wanted to have revenge for what happened here, and so he decides to offer the little girl help to take revenge on that guy who did this, Deitel. So instead of going straight to the main city we tried to go to, which is Alvanista, where we hope to find more information and maybe an ally in combat against Dows, and also get a kingdom at our back for better support. Instead we decide to let's go and hunt that Deitel guy down, because why would he destroy an entire village? And this little girl, apparently she lost everything, as in her mother, her father. They are, well, no longer. I had no idea those things jump, by the way. So yeah, that is a really unhappy side story here, to say the least. Either way, we arrive in Phantasia, the port city, and the first thing we do is we figure out how to get to Deitel. We just talk to this lady here, and she tells us, hey, Deitel is living on a little island north of here. You can probably charter a boat if you really want to go there, and well, that's exactly what we are going to be doing. And I don't need to restock, actually. Normally I would be restocking here on holy bottles, but since I don't use holy bottles, that doesn't really matter. So, might as well just go. So here, the captain tells us that we would like to rent a ship to go to Deitel's Island in the west. 400 gold per person, 1,600. Sure, let's go. You love the music in this game? It's amazing. I agree. Watermelon everywhere. So, take care. Come back to the ship if you need some rest. Yep. And this is Deitel's Island. And I feel compelled to save before I do anything else. So Deitel's Island. By the way, the chest on the left is just a magic lens, nothing useful. This is his manor, and we just kind of see to hunt him down in his own manor, or something like that. Either way, somehow we need to figure out stuff to do. So what I need to do here is orient those crystals in the correct formation, and also what we need to find is a key to enter a door. So it turns out you actually have to pick up the saver, otherwise you can't get the magic key that is hidden over there. Then we open up the curtains. This is part of a puzzle, by the way. I'm just basically preparing it for later. And then we get some more items over here. Slavery found, elixir found, and I'm also going to use apple gummy real quick to heal up to full. Because we get 2 more apple gummies here. Apple gummies are replenishing your health by 30%. We find the key, and actually, in this backyard here, there are enemies that I want to fight, I think. So those are harpies. Harpies give reasonably good experience for how quick they are to kill. Actually, normally you would kill off Mint and Clarf here to gain more experience, or just Cress. Because you want to reach level 9 before encountering this mini-boss here. So it looks like it's moving! So I'm using a flare button to increase my damage by 30%. And you can see I do 700 damage with my lightning bolt attack. That is a ridiculous amount, if I say so myself. And it just completely destroys those poor trees. If I did not have that lightning bolt attack, I would do about maybe 100 damage per attack. Which is by far not enough to destroy them. They have over 2000 health if I'm not mistaken. So just using those lightning bolts repeatedly completely destroys those poor trees. They would otherwise be way more dangerous. Also, heal up real quick. And I messed up. There we go. That's what I need to do. This opens up a passage if you solve the correct puzzle correctly. And then we get into the basement. The basement has more enemies, and normally I would use holy bottles here again to avoid them, but there's not much I can do about that. Reverse stall is an item accessory. And there are bone enemies here. Reverse ball is an item accessory that revives you once in combat and then it's gone. As in when you fall in combat, that is. Play this on your Game Advance. Great game, great memories. Nice, that's awesome. I actually played this on Game Advance as well. Game Advance is basically the PlayStation version, which is a remake of this game. But just kind of, well, with the shortcomings of what a port from a PlayStation version kind of brings with you. So, alrighty. Heal up a bit more. Get a Corsac and an armored helmet. Equip both of those. Let's go. The armored helmet is the first headgear you can find, and it's actually going to last quite a while until I find a better one. The Corsac is a poke weapon, which means poke weapons give more damage with poking. Which is good if I use a double kick attack here. Oh wow, you monster. That's not quite what I planned to do. Life bottles usage in battle is actually really slow. So you usually don't want to do that. Wow, I really messed that one up. I completely underestimated. So the Corsac is actually good if I get to use my ranged attack with the lightning bolt, because it has higher base damage. But at the same time, it apparently is not so good for just destroying random enemies, since it has higher poke damage compared to higher overall slash damage. Alrighty, I'm going to be saving here. And then replenish Min's MP. Go to tactics, tell Mint to use everything she has. Go to tactics, tell Clarf to use everything he has. Actually set the formation up that I'm going to be slightly further at the back, with Min at the far back, because this will help me against the upcoming boss fight. So Deitel is normally in a speedrun already the most ridiculous boss fight ever to try and defeat. So this is Deitel, the mage scholar and researcher scientist who destroyed the entire village that we've been visiting earlier. And this is going to be one of the most ridiculous fights to try and battle, I can tell you that much. Because there are 5 enemies in the battle. 2 golems that we've already encountered earlier, which it's not that big of a deal, they die quick. But the more important enemies are the little mage guys. They cast spells reasonably quick, and the spells do a lot of damage. So it turns out Deitel is a bad guy after all, and I try to cast Seal spells. Onto those little guys. It should kill the golem. Alright. Very good. Oh my god, that's so much damage! Oh no. Did she just cast Hammer? That's amazing. This is one of the most ridiculous fights in the entire game. Okay, alright, I should have him here. I should have him here. I wait until those little magic pellets are gone. And I deliberately take the one here away from Clarf, because Clarf would otherwise die. I use a orange gummy on Dows, so I can use more of those lightning bolts. Because if I let him cast, wow, that was amazing actually. I expected to be way longer in this battle. Wow, that was really good. This is the most ridiculous battle ever. There's so much going on. The little mages didn't cast a single spell, and they didn't teleport into the middle of my party, obliterating everybody with their attacks. That was really good luck here, as in, everything went as planned. To give you a frame of reference, if Deitel completes that spell he was casting, on normal mode, only Crest survives with a little bit of HP left. On hard mode, I expect everybody to die straight up. And if he would have completed that spell, I would have been straight up toast. But it just worked out well enough that everything died quickly enough so I could fully focus on Deitel. Those little pellets that I just kind of took and before I attacked, that is a specific pattern that I do. Whenever he uses a specific attack, I always have an answer to it, and for that attack, it's just absorb the attack from him. Wow, that was a really good... Right, yeah, the damage from Deitel was insane. Just one attack from him was so much damage. Also, it turns out Archie is actually this pink-haired lady. So what happened? Sorry, I completely talked over that. In the cutscene before, it turns out Archie allowed her friend from the village to take over her body and mind to take revenge on Deitel. Archie is actually a half-elf and can cast spells, so she also has a connection to the more spiritual world in a sense, I guess. Either way, that's what Archie did. Also, Archie gives you aquamarine and ruby rings, which allow you to form pacts with summon spirits. Let's go hit the road. Alvanista, here we go. I don't think it's ever explained as to why Archie even joins your party here. It's just kind of... Well, we have an additional party member now, let's go. Archie is kind of the little wild adventurous type of young lady you can imagine, and she decides to help out on our quest. She can cast spells, currently Fireball and Icicle if I'm not mistaken, and the way she learns spells is you teach them to her. I will actually do something that I have stopped doing ever since I did the second run of this. I'm going to pick up a spell here. She is a teacher of magic, and I would like to have the storm ability. Cost me 1000 gold? Sure, we can do that. I'm not sure it's going to be useful, but I imagine it might be. By the way, I was most scared of Deitel encounter so far. And it turns out we just completely destroyed the poor Deitel. Without any trouble whatsoever. Oh, wrong way. So, as it turns out, the sailors here are actually really scared of Dows' attacks and they don't want to leave the port, but we have enough money and also other things to convince them to bring us over to Alvanista anyways. Along our journey, we will be meeting someone along the way as well. Also, let's put it this way. The fair translation took some liberties that I'm not quite so fond of. As in, it's a bit too extreme. I appreciate the direction though, because that's the original direction too. Either way, we now have Charge in our party, and she will be a valuable asset. So the thing is, what I normally do approximately at this point in the game is I kill off all the party members until after Maxwell. So Cress would gain all the experience from the upcoming encounters and just be ridiculously overpowered in comparison to the bosses and just solo every boss that is coming up. I don't think I can reasonably do that in the hard mode, so I will want to have at least some other people alive as well. What I think I will be doing is I will kill off Archie and Clarf and only have Mint and Cress alive. That way only those two will be gaining experience. I'm not sure that's the best course of action, but that is the action I am coming up with. Either way, on the ship we find a guy called Mia. I assume it's a guy, by the way. I originally assumed it's a lady, but I think it's a guy. Either way, they are whilst telling each other stories, they are drinking buddies. An hour later, Archie starts to drink as well, and even later, they are still having fun and drinking alcohol and all that kind of stuff. While Archie just passed out on the table, and I think Cress and Mint decided to go to bed eventually. It turns out Maya is actually a spy for Alvanista, as in he is, whatever, a royal spy and has information concerning Dows. And Maya actually reveals to us that Dows already invaded the castle and infiltrated it, and took over control of the prince. So Meia's task is to somehow make sure that the prince is no longer under the influence of Dows before anything else happens. But yeah, Archie has some wild dreams, to say the least, and our party decides to hit the bed. Should I tell Romp about this? No, let's not do that. He's a bit slow. Reminds me of myself. I used to be slow too. Whatever. Either way, eventually we just hit the bed, everybody. Archie just immediately falls asleep and is probably not to be woken up anytime soon. But in the middle of the night, someone knocks on our door. And here is actually something that I really appreciate about the characters. They just stay and have significance. Like here, Meia decides to somehow try and stab Cress, but somehow Clarf notices it and decides to try and intervene, as in Clarf is still completely hangover and drunk in a sense from the night before, but he still senses the danger. So it turns out Meia here is completely taken over by a spirit, as in he is possessed or something like that. So, also I decided I want to try and fight this fight for once. Normally what you do here in a speedrun is you just straight up lose the fight, because you can lose this fight without losing anything else, as in the story still progresses. No problem. I try to be far away so that I can use Lightning Bolt. I can only use Lightning Bolt if Meia is far enough away for me to, well, be able to use it. Use Apple Gummies to heal up. All the items that I use in combat, by the way, they take a while until they take effect. So I will want to use Apple Gummies and all those regenerative items before I really need them. So, as long as Meia is facing away from me, I can actually hit him or her with my attacks. Also, this is labeled as Meia, but we clearly saw that this is a demon that was kind of taking possession of Meia. That's also why he attacked us in the middle of the night. Also, apparently I have him in an AI loop or something like that. Wow. 150 experience, 4000 gold, plate summon, and the weapon acquired. That weapon, if I'm not mistaken, is actually not too bad. But the main downside of that weapon specifically is that it has a special element that is bad against demons. How accurate is the translation of that? I actually have no idea. I can't read Japanese. So someone would need to tell me how accurate that is. I think the direction is the correct one, it's just a bit... taken a bit further than you would usually do it in a regular game. Or at least in the official release anyways. Maybe it is like that, I actually don't know. I kind of doubt it though. Either way, we arrive in Alvanista. Unfortunately, it turns out Meia is no longer among us. As in, we actually had to kill Meia. And so we are now the only ones who actually know about Alvanista Castle being invaded by Dows. Which, as you might be able to imagine, is a pretty bad thing. He now has still possession of the prince, and what we try to do is figure out a way to remove Dows' possession of the prince. I'm going to set Clarf to not use his magic. This is Storm from Archie, which does pretty decent damage. And Storm is actually used by the Japanese runner, who I think probably did exactly one run, to defeat the next boss. However, I actually rerouted this game. So what I'm going to be doing here is I take a detour of normally about 2.5 minutes. But it's actually going to take longer than 2.5 minutes just because, well, I need to fight all encounters and I don't have holy bottles. Either way, what I'm going to be doing is I go into, let's say, the late game city for this first portion of the game and buy some rather overpowered weaponry. And greetings, Lord of Hyphens, how's it going? So this could be a bit dangerous, but this is also a portion as to why I bought Storm for Archie. Because there are enemies that are really ridiculously difficult to hit with. Physical attacks. So the storm definitely helps here to defeat those bugs in the air. I can't imagine what I would do without the storm here, in fact. So it already paid off getting the storm. So I'm going to use a life bottle, trying to revive Romp here. As far as I know, it worked more in an insinuate. I don't even know that word, extra. But I guess that basically means more subtle. I'm going real quick back to restock on basic supplies. I don't normally have to do that. I've got all sorts of great medicine. That's nice. I should use flare bottles more liberally to fight random encounters, I feel. Once again, flare bottles increase your damage by 30% for about 30 seconds-ish. Pretty nice. Would be the best finale. I'm not sure about it being a good finale, honestly, because I usually would want to be talking the entire time over this. There would be rather little downtime. But I guess if it was the finale, I would have to rethink my approach. Oh boy. Alright, harpies are reasonably simple to deal with. So what I will want to reach here is I want to reach Tiger Blade, or Koge Hasan as it is called. No, Mint, please, why did you die? I should have bought some more light bottles, I feel. Actually, I'm just going to leave Mint dead. For now, anyways. Oh boy. This is going to be rather difficult, isn't it? All those random encounters I have no clue on how to approach. I just try to, I guess, somewhat fight? Question mark? It's rather weird. Also, one thing I forgot to do. Clarf now has, instead of the mystical pendant, you get the ruby ring. Ruby ring will absorb all fire damage for Clarf. I give the mystical rune to Archie, which reduces her spellcasting time by half, which is very valuable. So we get... oh, I don't actually do that. Not usually anyways. Intonation has a negative connotation to it, at least according to OED. More an innuendo, I see. So I get the mental ring and life bottle. Mental ring is... it replenishes your TP during combat. I was considering maybe keeping the mental ring. Oh my god, what are giants doing here? This could be interesting to try and fight those guys. Because they don't take a whole lot of damage. Oh my god! Oh my god! I think this is what normally prevents you from going over to the late game city. Just those random encounters. But the issue is... I don't really have a choice, do I? Alrighty. I just know from the ogre type or giant type enemies in the fire cave, they are pretty scary, just purely because they have a stun as a paralyzation attack, and I'm running in that cave around normally with just a single character alive, which means if I get paralyzed it's all game over. But normally I don't get into the encounters in the first place. This is kind of awkward. Oh boy. Uh-oh. I can't damage lilies? Oh boy, well, that's unhealthy. If I'm not mistaken, those lilies have rather high health. I think he instantly one-shot me again. Oh boy. So, me trying to defeat those lilies with just Storm might be a bit difficult. Actually, what might be the case is that Archie might be able to defeat them just purely because he is in air, and I think lilies might not be able to attack airborne allies. I'm going to let you use Fireball here. I'm going to Life Bottle Romp. By yourself! Those oak roots have over 2000 HP, by the way. Oh my god, I figured I could defeat the oak root, but because I was too close, he started attacking as well. That's why I saved. I'm going to move... if necessary, I'm just going to move forward and save again and again and again. To move through this one here. So I'm going to try and use Lightning Bolt on those guys here now. Let's see whether Lightning Bolt works better against the lilies. Oh yeah, 351 damage, that's way better than, well, you know. Double kick? Oh my god. They are too close, I can't use Lightning Bolt anymore. Why do you have to move on to me? Flare Bottle. Okay, that's about 600 damage on that guy. It appears that this oak root actually has more HP than the enemies later. Yeah, earlier. But that's okay. I think I got it here. Japanese apple required. Please come for the win. Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can do. This is rather rough. So what you normally do here is you go in here, do real quick menuing. If I'm not mistaken, it's on the left side. Actually, let me sell some stuff real quick, just to make sure that I have enough money to do the rest. I sell the rope because I no longer need the nope. Keep that thing in case I want to use it. Sell the mantles because you don't need the mantles. Sell the amber cloak. Not that valuable. Sell the reverse tail. Sell the elixir for more money. Buy the mecha halberd. I believe this is the more expensive of the two purchases. Mecha halberd is a really powerful weapon. 22,000 gold is pretty expensive, but it's well worth it. Then I use another one on these of the book. Yellow Kings. Okay, I can sell the book and the ice scimitar there. Actually, the ice scimitar I may want to use. No, I don't want to use it. Whatever. I need to find the charm bottle. There we go. Then I use the lotus perfume because that will be way cheaper to buy stuff. I buy a plate mail, a shield. I guess I don't buy a plate mail on the shield. I do have so little money in comparison to earlier. Normally I buy a full set of equipment for Cress. So plate mail, fine shield, gauntlets. Then I can usually opt to buy other things for the other characters as well. Which in this case I might do. Let's go into equipment. More money! Alrighty. So we just equipped Crest with ridiculous late game equipment. And everybody else with something on the side, I guess. I'm going to real quick buy some life bottles. By the way, they don't sell holy bottles here for some reason. I don't know why. And that's that. Yeah, for some reason the Magus Cup does not work. I'm not sure why. Just kind of... it doesn't work. I don't know why, Lord of Hyphens, I'm sorry. So, alrighty. We deal a bit more damage now than we did before, as we might be able to tell. Just ever so slightly more. And that amount of damage is ridiculously valuable to us. Because I will be able to just essentially obliterate all enemies. Also my defense has increased so significantly that I will take very little damage in comparison to before. The Lilies die in one hit. So, alrighty, what I'm going to be doing here is I will make sure Clarf and Archie are going to be dead. That way we will gain more experience on Mint and Cress. Usually I would only use Cress here as the main experience gainer, you could say. There's that. The reason why I choose to, well, I guess, remove Cress and Mint and Cress. No. Let me try it again. The reason why I choose to remove Clarf and Archie from the experience list is because their spell damage, surprisingly enough, actually does not rise much with levels. It increases slightly, but not much. So I think it's just better if I give the levels to Mint for more maximum MP while we are fighting those basilisks here. The basilisks, by the way, are my main goal of fighting here. So what I want to do is I want to fight basilisks. And what I will be doing is replenish my life, save, reset. And this is a manipulation I do for the fan-translated version. Console has a different manipulation to guarantee basilisk encounters. Normally I would be using a dark bottle here, but because I'm not allowed to use holy bottles, I'm just going to do it like this instead. Oh, what? This is slightly awkward. Supposed to be a basilisk encounter. Oh well. I guess I'll fight those two. The idea for me is currently anyways to just gain some experience. So I'm going to tell Mint to heal. Thank you for the host, Ricochet, I appreciate that. So Mint learned heal. Heal is a better a better first aid, so to speak. Heal just heals. That's it. And it's way more efficient to use than first aid. There's no reason to use first aid anymore, ever. Not technically true. But I just remembered why I actually messed up the manipulation there. I was supposed to use this save and reset method on the next OSS, not in this one. So alrighty, let's try this again. So what I would be normally doing here in a regular run is I kill off all party members, so Cress gains full experience from those basilisks. In this case, I hope that it will be sufficient if I just give all the experience to Cress and Mint. Good morning, Hotshot. Enjoy your leeching, and good morning to everybody else. So I somehow messed up the manipulation, or I have no idea what I need to do anymore. As in, yeah. Something is going wrong, I have no clue what. It's okay. I'm just going to be farming the basilisks the old-fashioned way, I guess. For which I probably would want to have dark bottles so I get into encounters quicker. So this is why I want to have Mint around. Just for those random encounters, she is so incredibly valuable. I accidentally quit out of the combat too quick. This meant that Mint's heal actually got interrupted and didn't get through. But I'm really not sure what my original manipulation was. So in the Japanese version, you can just save and reset and you get into a basilisk encounter no matter what. It does not work on the fan translation version for some reason. So it's different. I assume because the title screen is slightly different. Tiger Teeth learned. Actually, that's the ability that I wanted. So I'm fine with everything else now. Greetings, Xenoxy. Lot of hyphens, Ricochet, Pavikochke, and anybody else here. Agumis. Oh my god. Alrighty. That can happen. Let me do something real quick. I'm going to set the targeting to semi-manual. That means I can actually set my target. But if I move left and right, it's going to be set to the closest enemy, which is more convenient for most of random encounters. There we go, Basilisk encounter. That's actually what I was looking for. Oh yeah, I should have a death counter. That would be clever. But those basilisks actually are really powerful. But thanks to me just having the lightning bolt attack, they are not too much of an issue. So, and I finally have Tiger Teeth, as it's called in the fan translation. I think it's called Tiger Blade in later Tales of games, and Kogahazan in just kind of the raw translation. Let's try this again. Maybe I didn't save at the exact correct position. Which encounter I get into is set, as in the enemies. How many steps it takes is not set, as in that can be a random amount. So apparently this is just not working. I'm doing something wrong. Oh, was it 2 times going in and out? Actually, hang on a second. Might be 2 times going into the oasis and back out. Because this changes which encounter I get every time. So maybe this is what I need? So by the way, the reason why I am fighting basilisks in the first place is because they give me a special item called... Okay, it's not here, that's even worse. They give me a special item called... Basilisk Scales. And those Basilisk Scales are later necessary, exactly 5 of them, or at least 5 of them to be more specific, to progress the story. What? Malicious chat? Fascinating. That's kind of awkward if you go on the attack thing. Did I sell the... hang on. Oh, that's why I had so little HP. Money, not HP. That's why I had so little HP. Actually, gift the chat boost to Archie. So, as it turns out, I forgot to sell the mental ring. That is worth 16,000 gold. Now I might as well use the mental ring. It just occurred to me that, wait a second, that's probably why I didn't have that much money. So, because it was really weird to me, because I figured I need to have more money than usual because I'm fighting random encounters, which I don't usually do. But it turns out, yes, I should have more. And in fact, I had almost 16,000 more gold, apparently, which was enough to go that distance. Those firebugs are a bit odd to deal with. But it still works fine. So, I'm running out of orange bottles. Let's see. Might as well use apple gummies, because I get some in here. So I have 2 basilisk scales. I still need 3 more. I really don't remember what my manipulation was for basilisk scales. I just can't recall it. I thought it was entering the oasis and getting back outside. But apparently that's not the case? Question mark. So that might take a while here to get the last 3 basilisk scales, which is not the worst thing, since I will have just a strictly higher level to deal with bosses later on. which is really nice. Gives me a bigger HP buffer and also better damage output. The damage output increase is actually relatively small for each level, but it's still there. Hey Silly Monkey, how's it going? Maybe it's because I don't have the Dark Bottle equipped actually. Oh, Basilisk. There we go, that's what I need. After this guy, it's 2 more. The Basilisks are interesting because if I'm just standing at the exact correct position or distance away, I will be able to avoid all their attacks just by virtue of their attacks being too slow to catch me with the Nightmare Boots. Actually, let me just see whether I can do a manipulation right here. Saved. Reset. Maybe this one will work better. Just enter the area, exit it right away, then get into Basilisk encounter. Does hard affect the experience curve at all? I think it's unchanged, as in you don't get any more experience or gold. I'm not mistaken. Oh, this one works. Nice, alright, we have a manipulation now. Real-time routing, I guess. So, I do not gain any more experience now. It's a bit unfortunate. But at the same time, with the current equipment I have, I believe this should not be too much of an issue. Also, I can even start trying to use Acid Rain with Mint, which is supposedly lowers enemy defense, if it works. Which, considering that I will be using mostly physical attacks on my upcoming bosses, maybe that is actually useful. You thought this was a movie? Here's a Phantasia. I think it also has OVAs, or whatever you call those, an anime short series. They exist as well. But I think the game was first. Probably. It's pretty popular. And it's... Most people were introduced to Tales of series through Tales of Symphonia, which is actually almost the same for me. I technically knew about Phantasia before Symphonia, but I never really recognized it as such. So, alrighty. I'm going to restock real quick. But all sorts of great medicine. Yay! Thank you. Life bottles we need. Flare bottles we need. I guess we need more remedy bottles along the way too. Medicine bottles are interesting actually. They prevent me from getting into specific status effects. I think I could. Oh wow, I don't have enough money. Ooh. I messed up again. I will actually need money to get back on ship. So that's going to be a bit awkward. I need a bit more money here. I guess I get enough money for this. I will get one soon anyways, it's okay. Actually, what I could do real... No, it's okay. I consider going into the next dungeon real quick, pick up an item and then go out, but it's just a 10% damage increase. It's not that significant for now. It's just one boss I need to fight. I guess, and some random enemies. This is SNES, yes. There is a remake for the PlayStation for this game, and honestly, casually, I think the PlayStation improved in almost all aspects. Personally, I prefer the SNES version, but that is for different reasons. Casually, I think the PlayStation version is probably better overall. Osprey and the Hornet. So I just completely obliterate those poor enemies now with Then the Mecha Halberd. Mecha Halberd, as you could see, it cost 21,000 gold. And the equipment, defensive equipment pieces I bought for Cress were worth approximately the same. Or a bit more, actually. Alrighty, before I do this, I need to go and save. Because this is actually rather dangerous encounter, especially in hard mode, I imagine. So, alrighty, back to the story. What we are supposed to do here is go to the inn, where our party decide, let's see whether we can figure out what to do about the prince being possessed by Dows. And so our idea is to just, well, they are not going to believe us anyway. We need to infiltrate the castle and somehow remove the possession, I guess. As in Dows' influence. So we try to sneak into the castle. So how can we sneak into the castle? Well, for some reason our protagonists, unlike in many other RPGs, realize, hey, Archie cannot fly, she has a broom. So we decide to infiltrate the castle by just, well, flying onto the balcony. That's simple, really. And here we go. We infiltrate the castle, and the prince wakes up and just goes, "What are you doing here? Assassins in my room, guards! Come here!" And we were just quick enough to realize, hey, this bird over there. There's something really fishy about this. This bird over there. It appears that this is what actually is allowing Dows to possess the prince, or more specifically, it turns out to be one of his demons taking control of him. And this is going to be another battle with Jamir. Jamir is actually a rather rough encounter. Not nearly as rough as others, but pretty difficult nonetheless. I use flare bottles once again to just use increase my physical damage output. I use Sylph on Jamir herself, so she does not cast spells. I use Storm to keep those little Alice guys in check, so they don't create a lot of havoc while I'm restocking basically. Attacking the little Alice. And that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. Alright, this is the less bad attack. Jamir has 2 attacks that she can do. Also, I'm casting spells manually because this is just strictly faster. Jamir has 2 attacks that she can do. This is one of them. It slows me down and lays a damage over time effect onto my character, which is pretty ugly, but not devastating. The devastating portion is actually when... Also, I'm setting that Clarf Crest is really far away from Jamir. The devastating portion is when she casts Gravity. Oh my god. And this is why Jamir is actually quite a monster. This is kind of what I wanted to avoid. I should have bought an item that prevents that from happening. Oh boy. Tractor beam again. Archie is actually immune to the tractor beam. Mint is healing to the best of her ability. Oh, what? Jamir's... Wow, Clarf actually defeated Jamir. Unfortunately, Crest did not gain the experience from Jamir. Either way, we defeat Jamir. The prince, completely confused, wakes up now for real in a sense, and is obviously really scared by those strangers being in his room. And well, once again we get thrown into prison. And yeah. The actual speedrun record for this game, not hard mode or not challenge mode, is about 4 hours and 24 minutes. I don't think I have that highlighted though, because I wanted to improve it still and then never got around to do it. So it's still an old time on stevedrum.com. Either way, it turns out Runeglum is a half-elf and basically the mage or the king's advisor. He actually notified the king that the prince was behaving strangely and intervening with Alvanista here, joining the battle against Dows alongside other kingdoms like Midgard. And it turns out that, well, they realized that something was wrong with the prince and they are really grateful that we helped him and he's no longer being possessed. So they are pretty happy about that overall. Even though they initially threw us into prison, they realized what's going on and now we are honored and allied with Alvanista. So that's pretty awesome. So, and we are now in Alvanista, where we received the Garnet Ring, Gungnir and Opuscule. Opuscule is another summon pact item, which is quite handy. So in here we do two things. One is we want to learn a spell called Thunderblade. 12,000 gold, yep. Even in a regular speedrun, I teach Archie Thunderblade, but normally later on, because I don't have the money quite yet. But since I fight everything, I do have the money. Then we talk with this guy here, who tells us where Undine is located, and that way we will unlock the ship traveling location to Undine from Venezia. Then we ask this guy, hey, would you like to play a game? Sure. Oh, I should press whatever. He also explains the rules to me. Let's play the game. Whoever takes the last stone loses. 26. Want to go first? Sure. Let's take 3. Take 2. Take 1. I think I want to bring him to 12. And then the next one... I forget the strategy, actually. I forget the strategy. If he is... Yeah, he's stupid, alright. Here's the prize, Mental Ring. So he could have actually won this one by just taking out 3 stones, which I kind of messed up, but he messed up even worse. So, the Mental Ring is money. That's it really. But in our case, we might as well use it in the meantime until we have something else to use. Because the Mental Ring allows us to restore TP, which is your magic points during battle sessions. And that is really, really handy. Buy something, will ya? Alrighty. Normally... Oh, yeah, right. I normally buy holy bottles here, but... not today. Oh, boy. There are no holy bottles for us. So, I'm going to be reviving Archie real quick. Mint heals everybody up. And then we move on. So, and as you may be able to notice, my allies are not casting any spells. This is intentional. Because their spells just take up way more screen time than they are useful for. So, to give you a frame of reference, this detour that I did earlier to get to Alvanista, to Midgard to buy that ridiculous equipment that I now have, this is the detour that the Japanese runner actually did after defeating Jamir, so he actually has a much harder time to defeat Jamir with less good equipment. But he uses more spells, which is arguably slower than what I did. Arguably. It's kind of hard to tell. So either way, real quick stock up on basic equipment. Because I feel like I will need that in this dungeon that is coming up. Greetings, Caesar Robert Cup, how are you doing? Also accidentally entered the town from the wrong side. I'm not used to leaving towards this side. So, and here we have the Molten Cavern. The Molten Cavern is one of a few dungeons. So, story-wise, what is supposed to happen is... Also I need to actually set the tactics for Mint to also cast spells now. So what is normally supposed to happen... That's unfortunate. Is you are supposed to go into the depths of the mines of Moria. That is the idea anyways. Oh wow, Mint actually got caught in that too. But, what I'm doing here instead is... I already know that I cannot progress through Moria with the current stuff I have. What I need to do is I need to gain a new accessory item, which is called the Sorcerer's Ring. Also, I get to that thing in a moment. I need to get a new accessory item, which is called the Sorcerer's Ring, which I need to unlock certain passages throughout the game, which is right over here. And I also need to gain all the other summon spirits left. As in, we have Sylph now, but we need more than Sylph. We also need... what's it called? We also need the summon spirits, Ifrit and others. Oh my god, he's a Robert Cup just subscribed. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How do you Yaga? First you probably need to refresh the page so it gets updated for you, and then you can just type in the icons, or the bottom right you have the emotes you can have. So thank you so much, Razor Butcup. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. And also I just received a $5 donation by Robert Cup. $5, and the donation comment reads, "Hi!" Tag him off. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, I want to keep that on the... I guess... Sorcerer's Ring. So now I can use the Sorcerer's Ring. So, in order for us to go all the way to the Mines of Moria, I need... more equipment, basically. And also more summon spirits, which we would only usually figure out once you go into the Mines of Moria and then get the summon spirits. We already know that, so we get the summon spirits first. And thank you for the host, Proexel. Thank you so much, Robert Cup. Thank you so much, sir. By the way, I'm just so used to using player bottles at the beginning of every battle that I do that basically automatically. Slavery found, or question mark weapon found, battle rune found. So the battle rune is what I was actually looking for. It will give me more damage, as in 10% more base damage on my attacks. Which is quite good, considering how much damage I deal already. This might even one-shot those guys now. Not quite. So those other guys, they always have really high physical evasion, as in they don't actually take the damage dealt to them, and they like to cast spells and disappear once in a while. So here we gain some more items, more monies, and more diverse items. Okay. I will probably just have to restock on flare bottles after every dungeon. No. Normally I restock flare bottles just once in a while when I restock holy bottles. I guess that's not going to be much different now. Good night. Those ogres, by the way, those are the ones I've been talking about. If they hit you, they have a really high chance. That's Magma Key, by the way, to open the final door. They have a really high chance to paralyze. And since I'm normally running through this dungeon with only one character awake, you could say. Which, by the way, reminds me, I need to kill off Archie and Clarf again. I only have one character awake, so to speak, so it is rather rough to... Oh, don't heal him, to try and defeat those ogres. I want to reduce the number of ogres to 1. A remedy bottle on Clarf, that way I can actually remove him from party. One more attack, thank you. So yeah, that was my entire plan. Essentially, the experience is split among all living party members at the end of battle, and I just really want to focus on giving experience to both Mint and Cress. Wow. I appreciate that compliment, he's Robot Cop. I appreciate that. So there are various switches like that that you can only activate with the Sorcerer's Ring. I'm not going to use a flare bottle here. Yeah, flare bottle here. Not necessary. What is also actually really nice is that the higher level allows me to hit enemies better through their evasion. So this is the Magma Key used. After that we run all those pillars over here. Get into one final encounter. Fireballs. It's awkward. Tractor beam, that's a bit awkward. Tractor beam, by the way, the heavy stone that I picked up earlier would prevent the tractor beam damage from those guys. But I kind of forgot to equip it. See, going to heal up. And just, I guess, double team all the bosses from here on out, or the rest of the game, really. With Mint and Cress. So this is Ifrit. If we want to farm a summon pact with Ifrit, we need to defeat him first, in order to prove worthy. And enjoy the amazing battlefield here. And there he is defeated. Wow, that was a pretty quick battle. So Clarf proves worthy, and now he will be able to summon Ifrit as our companion. Good evening, Kazanan, and thank you for the good luck. And not least that. And greetings to you, Solith. Hope you're doing well. And here we go. Ifrit has joined our party. Now we need Gnome, the Earth Elemental. And also Undini, the Water Elemental. Archie learned how to cast a Firewall spell. This is something I don't normally pick up, but I feel like maybe it's going to be useful? Question mark? I don't actually know. Might be useful. I really do not know. Might as well use Flare Bombs here. Flare Bombs allow me to use a normal attack and a Lightning Bolt to defeat those ogres apparently, instead of just 2 Lightning Bolts. Good night. You didn't know people speedrun this game. Currently this is a challenge run, as in not a true speedrun. Essentially this is hard mode. I'm not allowed to use holy bottles and not allowed to run from battles. But it's slightly different than your regular speedrun. Regular speedrun gets into 0 random encounters after you have the ability to buy holy bottles, which is quite the difference. Alrighty, we are off from Olive Village to the next place where we need to go. And that is, we need to figure out where Gnome is residing. We already know where Gnome is. So we just straight up head there. The way you would normally figure out where Gnome is and where Undini is just by asking various people in town. The thing is about Undini, you actually have to ask and get the information on where Undini is, otherwise you don't get the ship traveling location unlocked. But for Gnome, you just kind of can walk into the cave as soon as you're there, that's fine, no problem. There is a code that you need to enter the cave, but it's always the same, so it's not difficult to just figure it out and use it next time as well. Clarf, who was taking a nap the entire fight, proves worthy. I mean, if you need to consider it like this, it must be really difficult to take a nap under those circumstances, right? So there are 2 ships here. One goes back to Venezia, and one is actually a cargo ship towards Beladum. We take the cargo ship towards Beladum because that is very close to where Gnome's cave is residing. Oh, by the way, if I get into an encounter with one of those little guys, I could technically defeat them if I had the correct spell. So if I get into an encounter with those little guys, I'm just toast. I'm dead, straight up. But let's not make that happen, I guess. So, saving here real quick. Because this could be slightly dangerous. Eva Spirits. As usual, I'm walking instead of running, in case, because otherwise my encounter rate would double. Literally. As in, every step you run instead of walking, oh, this is the password you need. Every step you run instead of walking, wait, what? Okay. How did I mess that up before? Oh, I looked at the wrong thingy. Every step you run instead of walking is doubling your step counters decrease towards 0 where you get into an encounter. So you want to walk in dungeons. This is not true for the PlayStation version, by the way, or Game Boy Advance version for that matter. So we have a little escort mission. This little guy is looking for his friends, and don't be mistaken, those are not his friends here. They actually try to attack me. Not specifically him, but they try to attack me. If I get into an encounter with those guys, that's actually pretty bad for us. Because the only way to defeat them is use Tractor Beam, and I don't have the Tractor Beam spell. Because I didn't buy it. I didn't think that far. But they are usually relatively easy to avoid, so it's fine. Hopefully anyways. Alright, I got paused. It's a really short escort mission, really. Have to wait until he's here and then we move on. I think there are no random encounters in here, actually. Aside from the entrance of the cave. I can just run everywhere. Good evening, Giluria. How's it going? Stop sacrificing frogs, that's mean. So... okay. We activate the switch here. Yep. Throw the switch. And so here's one difference that I decided I would do in this run specifically. I am not going to use a hourglass. Normally I would use an hourglass item for the boss to have an easier time actually defeating him quickly. But speed is right now less of an issue compared to actually trying to survive. So I will be trying to defeat Gnome using regular means. So Gnome is here. It's those 4 diglets, whatever you want to call them. And Gnome is one of the most ridiculous bosses to try and beat. So what happens here is that Gnome just does this, and there's nothing else I can do about it. I just need to wait until he converges again to the normal spot. Wow, he does actually a lot of damage in hard mode. Also, I really want Mint to start healing. And he splits up again. Wow. There's basically nothing I can do about that, I don't think. Oh, there we go. I attacked too early. So there's a very brief window right here where I can actually attack Gnome. I kind of hope that Clarf and... oh, I gave that to Mint. That's why it deals a little damage. I kind of hope that Clarf and Archie would be able to deal a bit more damage to this by just timing the spells correctly. But that seems to be really difficult. So the Lightning Bolt ability does the most damage here. And Gnome is just kind of awkward to fight. He's not really dangerous in the sense that his damage output is not that extreme. And especially if you have a healer like Mint, it's not too bad with decent equipment. In a speedrun he would be even less dangerous because I'm not playing on hard mode then. So he actually does a lot more damage right now just because it's hard mode. So because I only equip Mint and Cress, they are the only ones to survive this. Does Tractor Beam work here as well? I actually don't know. It's just, the speedrun route is just use an hourglass to completely obliterate Gnome in one cycle. You need a little bit of luck for him to linger around for just a little bit with one hourglass, but it's easy enough that it's really no danger at all, and you usually kill him within 10 seconds. So let's see. There are no more little guys around. By the way, I have no idea why there's an alarm in the cave here. And even if you talk with the little guys, they just kind of go, who pressed the alarm? Why did anyone press the alarm? Why do we even have an alarm? They have no clue. It's just kind of, it's there, I guess. Yes, and the battle theme is so amazing. If you get the chance, I highly recommend Hearts R. Is that a Tales of game? Yeah, thank you. Game keeps surprising you in all the right ways. That sounds nice. That sounds really nice, actually. I kind of hope the two Bs would still be together. Interesting. Plus one tells. Oh, it's a handheld? Yeah, I don't really have the means to play handheld games. Or at least not stream anyways. Actually, I don't like playing handhelds anymore. It's kind of too slow, too low the resolution. Not my thing. Either way, thank you for the suggestion, Giluria. That's good to know. So, we just walk all the way back now to Venezia. Because that's actually our only route we can take. There's no other way you can go. Thankfully the enemies are not terribly dangerous along the way. Also, let's check the levels. I'm even higher level than I usually am in this speedrun, so I'm already fine. Even with Mint just accompanying me still being alive and all. Actually going to be quite interesting, because normally, as I said, I don't keep Mint alive during this section. So she will be way higher level and way more useful than usual. And especially I will have actually a backup that I don't usually have. As in a regular run, I don't have the luxury of, well, my main character died, I can just revive him or have him healed, or if he gets petrified I have something to back up with. But now I do, which is actually quite good. So here, as before, we go to the North Island instead of the West Island. West Island is where Deitel's castle was residing. North Island is where Undine lives. It's PSTV compatible. I see. I still don't have a PlayStation though. Plus, I don't really know what PSTV is. To be completely honest with you. The thing is that the resolution doesn't change though, as in the game is still set to a really small resolution. So let's see what kind of enemies we have here. Calamari. Oh, don't give Mint that. I just accidentally gave Mint the flare bottle. Calamari have a really crazy high amount of HP. The red slugs die to one lightning bolt, so... Wow, they take 1700 damage. 1800 even this time. That's pretty high. So yeah, just acquiring. I don't need flare bottles for those. That was really quick and easy experience. Only you can manipulate those if necessary. Actually, in a speedrun you really just need health. The damage output barely increases by increasing your level, and the main benefit is you just gain more health. That's it really. PSTV is basically a PS Vita you use with a TV instead of being a handheld. Upscale to 720p. I see, that's actually pretty nice. So that would make it more reasonable to play handheld games for me anyways. Might be a thing eventually. Might as well use flare bottles. It just increased the damage output by so much. I thought that would be that thing. I'm actually curious. Mint, can you... try acid rain on this guy real quick. This is supposedly reducing enemy defense. 400, 300, 420. That is without the flare bottle effect though, because it ran out. Yeah, I heard a lot of people praising Bravely Default. Let's see. 12 to 10. No, that's not a whole lot of defense reduction. Or maybe it is percentage defense reduction and Calamari just don't have much defense in the first place. Wow! Mid-learned nurse already. To give you a frame of reference, Mint usually learns Nurse in the second half of the game. We are still far away from that. That's amazing. It's kind of, well, Mint is actually useful, I guess. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Mint, by the way, is probably one of my favorite characters in this game. Although Clarf is either close second or my favorite straight up. It's kind of hard to tell, really. Also, just for reference, after the initial ridiculous difficulty of the early game, I feel like the game got significantly easier once I got to this point here. Which is not in the at last because I have the ridiculous equipment from the endgame dungeon, or endgame town. Phoenix Land. Wow, we can actually use that. We don't usually use Phoenix already. Phoenix is a long-range attack that deals fire damage, which I would use later. I forgot to switch. Please, Square Bear. Not a fan. Not a fan. How are you doing, sir? How is it going for you? I've never read that part out loud, Square Bear. I skipped over it. Let's put it this way, it's a bit... It's not subtle enough. I mean, let's put it this way, I think in games I don't mind if it's just kind of implied, that's still kind of fitting enough for this stream here. But preferably only implied, not just straight up spoken. Just so it's a bit more... family friendly, you could say? I guess that's kind of how I would put it. Murger. I forgot what the Murger was about. I think it's one character who just says that all the time when angry. Do you actually know what the original script says, Square Bear? As in, I kind of assumed they went a bit overboard with it, but I figured it was the same direction in the original too. This is actually slightly dangerous here. Oh my god. It was too slow. Those locks are crazy, by the way. If you don't just kill them immediately, they are really rough to defeat or deal with. Ice Tornado. Okay. That was actually kind of scary right there. That was kind of scary. I kind of wanted to preserve some TP, as in magic points, but I feel like that was a bad idea. Let's just use everything straight up, please. I don't remember what's in that chest, but I remember it's not being useful. No, almost none of the chests in here are actually useful, except for the rune bottle. Clarf is actually apparently only something like 27, if I'm not mistaken. Greetings, Bionti. How are you doing? How is it going? Seafood acquired. Speaking of seafood... Oh, the food bag is already full. This kind of heals me up a little bit. Those rooms down here, by the way, they don't have encounters, so I can just run. That's nice. "27 is old by..." Yeah, I guess that's true. So, we go and switch over the water. I guess I could have actually explained what I'm doing here. Those levers switch water from one place to another in this dungeon. And I'm just manipulating them to get through the dungeon. It's actually pretty straightforward once you understand what you're doing. Just kind of switch the levers in the same order as I do and you win, I guess. So in the previous room of this room here I'm currently in, there are 2 levers in the lower area. And I need to press both levers to make a hole appear in this room here, which will awaken Undine. Undine is actually really grunty. She really does not like you wake her up. I don't blame her. Why would you just wake up someone randomly? That's rude. I think Koga Hazan is quicker to use than Lightning Bolt. I don't question it, it's just kind of a large portion as to why most of the protagonists, both in the TV series like anime and games, are so young, is because the games are targeted at a younger audience. That way they are easier, I guess, to— wow, holy smokes! To relate to. Oh my god, stop it! Oh my god! Well, that's super awkward. At least I saved afterwards. Holy smokes. Yep, that's kind of what can happen. Wow. Well, I figured, well, okay, it's a pincer attack, but I can take out the guy on the right? Apparently not. That's pretty brutal, actually. Where's the happy squid emote when you need it? I think Ice Spirits has that one. Hey, there it is. Okay, has it. Oh boy, that's really brutal. Wow. I mean, that's kind of how this game goes, though. Not normally to this extreme, because the enemies are just dealing that much more damage right now, but it's the general idea that is still correct. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, about the anime and game tropes, it's just kind of, as I said, I think it's mostly because the games are generally movies are generally targeted at the younger audience, so it's easier for them to relate to the characters and they can feel like the heroes themselves, they are the heroes, etc. It makes sense in the end, just marketing wise, and I guess that kind of stuck to the general culture as well. Oh my god, a lot of hyphens. Be nice to squids. Not their fault that you're invading their territory, or is it? They just want to have some food. Plus, it's not the squids that are the issue, apparently. Bowie Rip. Wow! I just realized what Bowie Rip is actually detailing. I just want to run away. That is rude. Oh, you got to run? Take care, Trev. Thank you for dropping by. Have a nice evening. So, let's not do that again, please. I didn't even save, even though I had the opportunity to in the cave just now, because I figured, that's not going to matter anyways, it's okay. It did matter. Wow. So that's what English version of this game got released in this year, pal. I believe only the PlayStation Vita version and Game Boy Advance actually. I think only Game Boy Advance version actually got released in European regions. Thank you, Mint. But yeah, I remember Game Boy Advance version was released both in Europe and the US, if I'm not mistaken. There's a PlayStation remake with a Game Boy Advance port. That way around, if I'm pretty sure that's how it works. There's a PlayStation 1 version, there's also it's in fact 2 fan translations for the PlayStation 1 version. So from what I've heard, there are 2 fan translations for the PlayStation version because essentially the first version for the fan translation was in works for so long that someone just kind of got annoyed and decided to put out his own fan translation and created that within a month or 2. Something like that. Either way, he was so much faster, but the other guys did not want to throw away the work they already did, and so they released their fan translation as well after all. Which makes sense. Just play this version. I would say play the PlayStation version if you somehow get good access to it. PlayStation 1 version suffers from loading times. Actually, at least for me, the PlayStation version seemed quite fine, to be honest. I feel like it's basically improved on almost all aspects. The Game Boy Advance version, however, has really big issues with... The Game Boy Advance version, however, has really big issues with... I just realized something. I'm going to equip the Persian boots instead, that way I have better defense. Okay, let me try to do that sentence again. The Game Boy Advance version has a ton of problems with lag, as in the port is apparently not that well done. And because it's supposed to be a PlayStation game anyways, it's just kind of... It's really rough to play, because it lags so much in most of the combat situations anyways. It's not bad that it's unplayable, it's just kind of, compared to the PlayStation version, it's not as good. Calamari, or calamari. So you can see I deal a fair bit less damage now, as in 10% less. But at the same time, I have significantly higher defense now, with just 30% of the damage is just straight up removed from my character. I think I will probably stick to that. That seems like the reasonable choice in the hard mode. No holy balls, why not always dark bottle? I think you get into enough encounters already with no holy bottles. Why not always dark bottle and always run? In that case, if you want to make it extreme, you would get into an encounter literally every 13 tiles at least, as in the latest encounter would be every 13 tiles, the earliest encounter would be 3 tiles, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. that would not just be a run, that would be a journey for about a week or so. Maybe not quite that extreme. But also you don't have enough dark balls to last the entire way. That would be a different issue. Alrighty, we survived it. This was the battle that killed me before. If one of the nymphs was just deciding to, well, I don't like you, so let me kill you. I'm glad that didn't happen this time. Yeah, you only have 15 dark bottles. I mean, technically speaking, we could just use a cheat to always activate dark balls or have infinite of them in the inventory. I guess that could work. Oops, wrong way. I need to hit the level first. This is probably my favorite encounter in here. Just whoop that. No problem. So instead of running out of holy bottles, I will probably be running out of resources late game. That's going to be interesting. Huh. Although I will get more equipment than I usually get just for defensive purposes. Okay. You basically win. Save. Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. This really Valhalla. Nice square bear. Wow. The square bear says, for anyone who might watch the VOD or on YouTube, this is really messing with me. It sounds like he's saying merhaba, which is Turkish for hello. So it's like Clarf is repeatedly screaming hello into Squid's face. He's called Cress, but yes. Hello, 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 hello. So those Calimari have approximately how much HP? 2500, I guess? That was right. Hello! By the way, the ability that I'm currently using is just so ridiculously good, I even used that almost to the end game. So I use a flare ball, no joking around with those guys. Flare ball guarantees a one shot. Merhaba! So, down here, no encounters, I can just run. And here are encounters again. We're almost there, we are almost at the boss. By the way, if you don't know that running increases your encounter rate by basically doubling it, this is pretty rough game to play through, as in, especially the endgame dungeon, you will run into so many encounters. And even if you can or are allowed to run away from them, or some of them are really difficult to run away from. So it makes it rather difficult to finish as a game unless you are severely over-leveled and way too strong in a sense. It's not terribly terrible, it's just rather significant. So, did I forget something? No, it's okay. I don't usually have mint in my party, so normally I just kind of go, because I only have one character anyways. Who disturbs my slumber? Andini is really just kind of, don't wake her up, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. It's just going, you woke me up, die! I don't need to play about for this little slot. I'm actually going to use Acid Drain. Oh, slow down, that's bad. My movement speed is now... Oh, failed. That also failed. Either way, my movement speed would be slowed down to a crawl if that actually hit. So Andini is one of those bosses where most of the time she just stands around doing nothing. But sometimes she decides to use that attack again and again and again and again and again so quick that there's literally nothing can do about it. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I think the flare bottle, by the way, either it's just me or the flare bottle duration is way shorter than usual. No, it's probably just me. And that was Andini. She really played along with us here. She decided to not completely destroy us. And now that we've proven worth in battle, Clarf is allowed to form a summon pact with Andini. Hey Tag, how are you doing? This theme will never get old. I agree. Amazing. So, fun fact. In this room here, there are still encounters, but as soon as I leave this room, there will be no longer any encounters in this dungeon. So I will probably get one more here. Then that will be it. Ice Tornado! I'm really glad I have heal or Mint with me for healing. This is just really not just convenient, but pretty much necessary, I feel, in this variant. Hungry. Enjoy your food. I hope you have some. Tiger Teeth mastered. Which, normally you master abilities to be able to use them in combination with other attacks, as in so-called combo attacks that you can learn from various NPCs throughout the game. But I don't use any of those, so it doesn't really matter to me. I need to hit that switch. Which system is this game on? This is Super Famicom, as in Super Nintendo basically. Only released in Japan though, this is a fan translation that I'm playing right now. Alrighty, we have all summon spirits now. We have Sylph, we have Ifrit, we have Gnome, and we have Andini. Which means all the basic elements are covered, and we can finally go into the Mines of Moria, where we will be able to progress all the way through. I will be restocking on supplies before I go there though. Life bottles, please. Flare bottles all the way. I'm going to get 2 more iron boots in case I want to have more Persian boots. Okay, I'm sure. Let's go. This shop is a bit out of the way, but it's not too bad. Ship is going for Alvanista. Yes, please. Let's go. It's exclamation mark delicious pizza. There we go. So, alrighty. But we still need to know how to actually get into the Mines of Moria. So, the reason why we went to Alvanista is to gain allies, but also visit the Mines of Moria, so we could have access to them and gain more information and summon spirit pacts and just generally strong weapons. here we receive the permission to enter the Mines of Moria, or the Moria Gallery, whatever you want to call it. Either way, we will be able to enter there. And also here, this lady tells us about unicorns. Literally. It's actually quite necessary that you talk with her, otherwise you will be a bit stuck later on. So the Mines of Moria are going to be a pretty big adventure for us. Since this is a rather lengthy dungeon, and usually I use a ton of trickery to avoid all random encounters. But I feel like I will not quite have that luxury right now. So let's go. Can you imagine if I didn't have this ridiculously overpowered weapon, how long that would take? We will figure that out later. Oh, so the guard here tells us, hey, you can only enter if you have a pass. Oh, you have a pass. Okay, let's go. So this is the dungeon where if you go in here immediately, it actually consists of 2 portions. Oh, I was almost scared that those midgets I couldn't fight because I don't have Chakra Beam. Okay, we're fine. The dungeon consists of 2 portions. One is what's in here. Oh, I see. Might as well get it. Essentially, the upper half and the lower half. The lower half you can only enter once you have the Sorcerer's Ring, which you gain in Ifrit's Cave. Or you find in Ifrit's Cave. This is going to be rather dangerous, isn't it? Wow. He's learned. This is a pretty ugly place to run through, it seems. So yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to talk and explain stuff about the area when I actually need to pay attention to the random encounters that I'm not usually fighting. Boom. That was a good lightning bolt. Hit both of them. Either way, Sorcerer's Ring you need to get into the second half, and then you need all the summon spirits to enter the rest of it. Or more specifically, to enter just the lowest chamber and all the treasure that you are actually looking for. So you're looking to form a pact with the summon spirit Luna to be able to have light magic to defeat Dows, because Dows obviously is a dark guy, so he is not that happy to fight light, right? That's how it works? Something like that. Actually not that far off. But interestingly enough, Luna is not terribly useful in the game, as in fact, Luna is almost strictly worse than the other option that you gain just before acquiring Luna. It's a bit faster than using Maxwell, but significantly weaker for the most part, since Maxwell has a ridiculous damage ceiling. Greetings, Quint! Kill them all! I'll try. Because if I don't, they kill me, which would be an issue. And greetings, Rahuta. You never actually finished the game. Yeah, I can imagine. The thing is, I personally remember getting to the second portion of the game casually. when I had the Game Boy Advance version as a kid, but I never finished it in the end for some reason. Not sure why. Yes, this is the Super Nintendo version. So here I would normally do some shenanigans to gain access to that infinite... Oh, don't get that to me, that's silly. Gain access to infinite running in this area without encounters until the next screen. But because I can't do that without holy bottles, I kinda stuck with just fighting everything down here. You need the levitating ability, by the way, from the pad on the right to fly over those switches, otherwise you would just close the door right in front of your nose. Hitting that thing up there is actually quite a nuisance. There we go. From what I've noticed so far, the main thing I'm lacking is really magic, as in TP. So I'm considering giving him the mental ring instead, which restores TP during battle, just ever so slightly. Going to be less damage reduction, so I hope that's not going to catch up to me. Move this statue off the switch, which opens up the door in the bottom right. Let's see how much damage that deals. Pretty good chunk, but those gargoyles are also apparently kind of strong. Alrighty. There's a vampire bat. Lightning bolt takes care of it, no problem. So here, we activate the torch. Actually, the torch is a lever. Ow! Holy smokes, that's so much damage. Frankly, at this rate, I think I prefer the damage reduction from the Persian boots. That was so much damage in one go. There's something odd about the torch. Try pulling it? Yep. So essentially this dungeon is a gigantic puzzle mix type thingy. And you just kind of need to figure out how to do everything. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Anyone... Some people might be familiar with that combination. That should kill all of them. Bam! Alrighty. I actually like that encounter there. Down, down, left, right. There are various clues on how to solve those puzzles throughout the entire dungeon, so it's not like you would just kind of have to figure those things out by trial and error. Not most of the time, some of them you can if you want to. Learned about the crystal win while it's set to this game? It's not crystals, it's summon spirits in this case. Which means you probably entered the bottom of the Mines of Moria. So, pressing this switch actually opens the door in the top left, so we go back to the previous room with the switches. It was part of the Konami code? I mean, yeah, it is, technically. As in, it's just kind of up, up, down, down, left, right, BA usually. Would be part of the Konami code. Not sure why it's this specific combination here, but just kind of probably a nice little nod. I forgot the statue. You need to push the statue on the switch. So this kind of shows I have not played this game in quite some time, I guess. That's okay. I kind of tried to use the lightning bolt. Okay, this should kill them if I just use a fireball. Bam. Flare bottle, for anyone who does not know, increases my damage by 30%. I keep repeating bits and pieces of information here and there for people that may join in later. So if you have any questions and you feel like probably it has been answered already, just feel free to ask. Usually at the beginning of every battle I just do that menu to quickly use a flare bottle, but that is more habit rather than anything else. I probably don't need it for most encounters, but at the same time there's not really much of a reason to not use it. Since I kind of know how many I will need for the boss, etc. For this boss specifically, I will at max need 3 holy bottles, that is. What is the benefit of having the other 2 unconscious? That is for them to not take any experience. Only Mint and Trump gain the experience from those battles, which means they gain twice as much compared to having the other 2 alive. Usually, I have all of the other characters dead, not just only 1 alive. But I also only usually fight only the boss battles and not everything else. So, both to make it a bit safer, I have basically Mint with me, which is the healer of the party and supporter, so she gains more levels, gains more power in her healing spells, and also better survivability to higher levels and higher HP. This is where you need the Sorcerer's Ring, by the way. If you didn't have it here, you would, well, not be able to progress. Let's see whether that kills them. It does. Nice. I think they have approximately 1000 HP. Okay, we go straight to the right here. Sometimes those spikes don't hurt you and I have no clue why. Here we don't care about this sword, we got just go straight down to the next one. So for reference, for anyone who is curious, I'm about 2 levels higher than I usually am with just a single character, but the difference is I have 2 characters at that level. So that might make the difference. Okay, Tractor Beam centers on 1 character and then deals Earth Elemental type damage. Which, interestingly enough, you can completely avoid by having an accessory called the Heavy Stone, which literally prevents you from getting lifted into the air. This is quite neat. Also, Archie is usually your mage type character, is flying around on a broom, is completely unaffected by Tractor Beam. As are all the flying enemies. Oh, I forget. Just light the torch here. That's pretty much all I do. So these series of rooms here are special in that they are just circles. You cannot go direct to the chest, you always have to do a circle around the room. Eruption, that's a lot of damage. Also a really lengthy animation. Oh, it's not even that much damage apparently. Interesting. Kind of goes to show that I don't really have much of a concept on what is much damage, or dealing much damage or not, I guess. But those guys are generally immune to the lightning ability, mostly because I think they have such high magic resistance, question mark? I don't actually know. That's just kind of my reasoning for it. Oh, I don't have enough magic points left over to use my Hazan ability anymore, or Tiger Teeth. I need to restock that real quick. Also, just healing up for safety, because enemies have sometimes just really ridiculous combo that instantly kill you. Lemon gummies are the upgraded version of the apple gummies. They heal you for 60%. Instead of 30% of your HP, as in literally twice as much. So they are pretty good. Okay. Probably want to stop using flare bottles for the weaker encounters here. Actually, I'm curious, do I have the... Did I learn the thing already? No, I didn't. Yellow cake. Yellow cake, for anyone who does not know, has a reference to nuclear explosions, in a sense. I'm not entirely sure how it references it, but that's what I was told. Either way, if you use the yellow cake, you're not going to taste something awesome. You're going to literally use that on an enemy to cause a explosion. I don't know what the spell is called, but the explosion is literally the strongest fire spell in the entire game. And you just straight up use that after you use the yellow cake item on the enemies. I think Mint might be dead here. Yeah, she's dead. That's how quick it can go. I tried to target the gargoyle there, but I kind of failed. Yellow cake uranium hexafluoride, or is called yellow cake. I see. But yeah, it's literally the strongest fire spell you unleash on your enemies. There are only exactly 3 of those items in the game. One is here, one is a bit later down in the floor, which I will actually be getting, because it's really good. And one is, I believe, in the second version of the Mines of Moria, which I'm not going to be visiting, because it's an optional dungeon. So I will have 2 yellow cakes at my disposal. They are really, really good. Just going to use 2 lightning bolts because that's very easy to hit those flies. Thank you for the host, Giluria, I appreciate that. I remember. Sometimes I just kind of get stuck and don't remember where to go in the room, and then... Oh, suddenly now. Okay, this is a dangerous encounter again. What is in Second Moria? Basically, Second Moria is an optional endgame dungeon if you want to have a bit more of a challenge. It's more difficult than... From what I've heard, I've actually never gone there, to be honest. It's more difficult than the... final dungeon. From what I know. Okay, we got that. Well, this encounter with the more enemies, the more dangerous the encounter usually is, unless you can kill them all in one shot. Oh nice, I learned Gale Shield. That's going to be really, really handy. I'm going to right away equip the Gale Shield, since I'm not sure whether there are going to be enemies where it's going to be useful against as well. By the way, if you don't have a pickaxe, you will be stuck here. You still need the pickaxe from the previous area. If you sell it early, like I sold the rope, well, you need another one, and you have to backtrack all the way here. Have fun. Sounds delicious. I don't think you want to eat yellow cake. Did I forget to split on Dandani? I did. I did. Andini. Andini. Nice. We should have this encounter here too. Basically, I treat every encounter with respect, in that it can really easily just completely destroy me if the enemies decide to use super quick attacks that combo well into each other. Interesting that Mint seems to recover magic faster than she uses it up. That's nice. Oh, I forget. This thing has a switch on it. You shouldn't use fire on it. It's just a miniature trap, basically. Right, tactics. I wanted Mint to use her hammer ability to help out instead now. I forget what that switch actually does. I just know I need to activate it. I think it activates something in the next room. Also, by the way, there's a Kalimari here. Don't question it. I guess there's an underground ocean in this cave. Or underground... I don't know. There's Kalimari in here. Okay. Oh, I remember what that does. I remember. It actually activates a flying pad, so you could fly over the spikes, but the spike damage is not bad anyway, so it doesn't matter really. I love that little hammer attack from Mint. So awesome. It's kind of pung. Mint, would you please heal yourself? I appreciate the hammers, but they are not always necessary. Although she once again, she recovers more magic points than she can use up, so it's kind of fine, I guess. There's a rune bottle down there. I don't need the rune bottle. I should have enough money anyways. Actually, I have normally enough money, but since I want to buy more stuff for all characters, maybe I should get it anyways now. Let's get it. Rune bottle and I guess an apple gummy too. That's cute. I know where most of the items are usually just along the way, but beyond that, I don't know too much about the game, in the sense that I've never really explored it all that thoroughly. Since most of the time you can just kind of go and destroy all the enemies with whatever you have. With few exceptions, most things are not that useful to get early or at all. That they would save time in a speedrun. How can you see yourself? He always looks in a mirror. He's a little bit narcissistic, I guess. I'll use a flare bottle. Wait, what? How did that miss? Wait a second. I never knew that. What? Oh, that's interesting. I can actually throw the lightning bolt to a different target if I just change target mid-attack. That is really weird. I can't just throw the lightning bolt behind me. Weird. I don't need to switch that thing. So most of these enemies down here apparently are water-based. I guess we are kind of close to a water basin or so. As in a pool of water. Underground lake type thingy. I mean, there's also water dripping from the ceiling, so it kind of makes sense. That is maybe useful. I can't think of a use for it immediately, but it could be handy. So by the way, originally I used to gain enough levels with just Crest alone that I would learn Gale Shield for this boss here specifically that is going to be coming up. But that turned out to be not necessary at all, as in leveling up that or fighting 3 more basilisks specifically took longer than actually just fighting the boss with the Tiger Teeth instead. But since I now already have the Gale Shield, I might as well use it. Maybe. The strong enemy would need to be susceptible to lightning though. And usually that would be rather awkward to do since the targeting system is a bit awkward. Remedy bottle acquired. But yeah, it's not too bad, all things considered. I believe, actually, now that I think about it, the tool assist speedrun uses that technique. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not entirely sure why I completely forgot about that though. I just randomly happened to stumble upon that again. How do we get past the Hell Ancients with Fishymancer? My idea is to probably overlevel a bit and have a high enough mercenary to just deal with them and have the skeleton army help out a little bit. Separate them and just use life tap to defeat them one by one. But the turquoise ring here is handy for making a summoning pact with something that is going to be coming up in a second here. But before we do that, we need to read the little tablet here. So, finally we get back to the story a little bit, I guess. So it turns out Archie can actually read ancient language and decipher what is written on this tablet. Although she doesn't do so too well. And Clarf kind of makes, I think, a little bit fun of her, or everybody in any ways. Something like that. I'm not entirely sure why she gets so mad. Either way, she reads this tablet and it basically describes that you need the 4 elements in the other room summoned, so you can actually open this door over here. And so that's what we do. We summon the elements with Clarf, and we say, I think it's Ifrit. No? I forgot the exact order or which one is, because I didn't pay attention to the reading, but I'm pretty sure that I always use the same order of things. But my splits actually describe which one I should use where. And greetings, Rose Armo. What is Hardmode anyway? If you start the game by pressing X by V. What? X by X V. What? There's no V button. If you press all the face buttons on your SNES controller, that is B, X, Y, and A. There we go. At the same time, when starting a game, you actually gain a hard mode thing, so to speak, for this game. This is built into the game, and it essentially is just increase in enemy stats and ability, or power. It's quite significant, in fact. But once you are past the early game, it's not too bad. At least it appears that way. Either way, we have all summon spirits summoned in the room nearby, and here is Maxwell. It turns out Maxwell is lord of all the earthly elements, and pretty powerful to say the least. And he kind of challenges you to, well, have him open the passage into the treasure chamber of this area here. It's going to hit me. So Maxwell has tried to get into a corner of the screen. Wow, my god! He does so much damage. So this is kind of what I'm trying to do. So, as you may have noticed, the ability I just used just completely destroyed Maxwell. Also, Maxwell here decides to, hey, You're strong enough, I see what you want to do and your intentions, let me join your efforts. And so completely unexpectedly, instead of just gaining access to the pact ring to be able to farm a pact with Luna, we gain actually a pact with Maxwell as well. Which, as mentioned earlier, he's just strictly stronger than Luna anyways. So, Gale Shield, for anyone who does not realize, is basically you stick your weapon in front of you in the floor, and then it creates those upwinds, updrafts, which damage enemies really, really quickly and push them back. The thing is, if the enemy is at the edge of the screen and can no longer be pushed back for one reason or another, he will just take so much damage from that ability, it's ridiculous. The downside is, you just need to be able to use it too, as in, it just takes a while until you can actually use that ability properly. As in, it takes something like 2 seconds to set up, and in the meantime the enemy can always hit you and interrupt you with everything. Which is a bit irritating, but not too terrible, I guess. Greetings, Uppercut TV, how's it going? Also here you can activate this switch, and you don't have to walk through fire. How convenient. I completely forgot to use flare bottles, I might as well use the rest of them now. Actually, I want to keep all the rest of them except for one. Maxwell and his balls. Maxwell is crazy strong. Really awesome. And greetings, Coface, how are you doing? But yeah, as you could see, Maxwell gets really destroyed by the Gale Shield. The downside is you actually need to get him into a corner first, one way or another, which can be difficult. So the more reliable way is just use Kage Hatan again and again and again until Maxwell is defeated. What I like in the Tales series is that potions gels are useful all time compared to Final Fantasy potions. Yeah, actually the 30% HP restore is both good and questionable, because it's just kind of, you need 3 gels to bring someone basically to full health, regardless of their level and how much HP they actually have, which, if they don't have that much HP, it's kind of a bit silly sometimes, but it's not too bad. You can't train spirits? No, you cannot. They basically always stay approximately the same power. I'm curious how much money I actually have. Considering I have been fighting all encounters, I probably have a lot more money than usual. Oh, greetings, sir. Wait, what? Hang on a second, I just remembered something. Rune bottles cost 3,500? I thought it was usually 2,500. I'm probably just misremembering. So either way, it's time to use the rune bottles and transform some items. I will not be using Hourglass quite yet, so I will keep that for now. That later. Or is that later, so it's okay. Thunderclap is a weapon that I want to sell usually for money. Rabionis as well. Porno magazine is something that I don't care about because it's barely worth any money. Yes, it's literally called that. Rune Rod, armor, mithril armor. I wonder whether any of that equipment is any good for equipment. No, not good. It's good enough, I guess. Normally I just sell all of those things because there is no value in me keeping them. We sell? No, buy. No, sell actually is good. There's no value in me keeping those. But here I might as well keep some of them. There's no reason to sell them in the first place. Also, most of those items just kind of clutter up my inventory. They are not worth much, but it's just kind of easier. Oh, keep the yellow cakes, please. It's kind of easier to sell them instead of having them around all the time. Thunderclap is worth a lot of money. Alrighty. So we buy... Actually, I might as well do this here already because I have so much money. Normally I wait with this for a while until I transform all the other items as well. I'm going to be transforming hourglasses into chronoglasses, so they last a lot longer. I'm going to transform savories into red savories, and then from there I transform them into red sages. Red sages increase your HP by 10%. And you can see where this is going. It's going to be a ridiculous HP increase eventually. So I have no longer any rune bottles left, so I might as well buy them again. Once again, I don't usually have that many rune bottles available. That might have been too many. Whatever. So it's kind of weird to use them right now. I use it on Verbena. Verbenas I can use, they are straight up agility increases, which help you tremendously as well. I think I'm going to create 2 more of those for various purposes. I'm not sure I'm going to use any of those, but I think that's fine. So I'm using the red verbena, which increases agility by 2, which helps me hit the enemies, as in they don't dodge as much. It's really handy. And that's that. I don't need anything more for now. Except replenishing my other supplies, which I can do later. Since I don't need specifically holy bottles, I can also replenish my supplies in Midgar. Or the Elven Town. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong kind. I forgot I need to actually talk to this guy. Hey buddy, how are you doing? Runeglom. So Runeglom here, after you've acquired Maxwell and all the information and the 2 broken rings, you still want to repair those rings. You don't really know how to do that, so Runeglom kind of suggests you ask Edward for his advice. His friend Edward is a scientist, and he lives in a house to the west. So we are supposed to just go and ask him for his advice. And that's kind of what we do. So let's go. Shall we be off? Yep. Let's go hunting for Edward in a sense. Also, Crest starts hearing weird sounds that no one else seems to be able to hear. Why? Not sure. So either way, we visit Edward's house, and there unfortunately we notice that, well, he is not home. His maid, or wife, I'm not sure, is just kind of telling us he is not home. He is currently going over and doing some research in the desert to the east across the ocean. So we decide to just kind of go, well, we don't have much of a choice, and followed Edward into the desert, trying to find him along the way. Is it lore percent now? I've always been explaining that, and so far, so if it's just kind of there are bigger downtowns in between. It's not really lore percent right now. So it's not the focus. But there's not much else to talk about, is there? I'll do set Min's tactics to just heal up whenever I'm lacking a little bit of HP. Was this game 2-player? Not the SNES version. The PlayStation version you can play with 2 players if you have a special item actually. Use the kappa for a reason? Why would you ever use a kappa? That's weird. So, alright, we arrive in Olive Village, and this guy here tells us, "Hey, sir, have we seen a man named Edward?" And he tells me he headed to the oasis southeast of here. Alright, let's go to the oasis southeast of here, trying to find Edward. Where we find this young man. "Hey, sir, Edward, he moved to the oasis northeast of here." Alright, let's go and track down Edward over there, I guess. Oh, basilisk. Still need to refill my holy bottles. Nice to hear that, Guts. Basilisk scale acquired. Which, by the way, this is where we would need those now. So it turns out... Edward? Edwards? I haven't seen Edwards. No. The old man is just messing with you. It tells you Edward has gone to the north. Either way, this is where you would need those basilisk scales. It turns out Edward is actually hunting for some supplies for his research, as well as looking for more. So the supplies for his research are basilisk scales, and he is looking for people willing to give them to him or buy them for him. And so we have basilisk scales already. So next time everybody sees Edward, they will just tell him, "Hey guys, we have basilisk scales." And, well, that's kind of where we go. Well, instead of hunting for Edward, let's just wait until he is coming here. And you need at least 5 basilisk scales to be able to continue here. So you need to find 5 basilisks at some point. So, and then we find Edward. Or more specifically, find someone very, very familiar looking. So this guy is Edward. He looks a lot like Toronx de Morrison. And it turns out his name is actually Edward de Morrison. And what he's also doing is he's doing some research on time travel stuff. On top of that, he was kind of fed up with Alvanista not helping out in the war against Dows. So what happens is essentially that he was not just doing research, he was also looking for brave souls and adventurers willing to join Midgard's efforts to stand up against Dows. So as it is in the story currently, Dows is the big bad evil guy, and only Midgard for some reason is willing to fight against him. Midgard is essentially the military-oriented city and does not bow to that silly gigantic blonde guy. So that's kind of what's happening there. Also, initially Edward de Morrison is not willing to help you, but then you show him the diary, or the book that you've acquired from Toronx de Morrison before you got teleported into the past, and he suddenly just kind of goes, "Where did you get that? What is going on there?" And Mint also just explained to Archie that they are from the future, about 100 years. And Archie's comment is, "I'm 100 years older than you?" Basically, yes, Archie. If that's her only worry, I guess that's not too bad. Well, take care, Coface. Thank you for dropping by. Luck at work. So, what we do here, basically, is changing history? or something like that. Because we know that Edward de Morrison used to be a war hero 100 years ago. Well, technically, about now, I guess. So, I think his support in the battle against Dows is invaluable, and now he basically tells us, well, I'm going to meet you guys in Midgard as well then. So until then, and we will fight together against the big bad evil guy that is known as Dows. So that's what we do. That's the idea anyways. So I need to sell something, otherwise I don't have enough money to take the boat. I still need the Onyx, so I can't sell that. I might as well sell the Scent Ring. I'm not going to use that. So what we do now is we go back to Runglom. He tells us, hey, you have gotten the information from Edward, and he tells you, by the way, that in order for you to repair the rings, you should head to the place where they came from originally, where the dwarves and elves smith those rings together, which happens to be in the Ymir Forest. I believe it's called Ymir Forest. And by the way, if someone has played Tales of Symphonia, you might start hearing very familiar names and very familiar concepts again and again and again. That is because apparently those two games are very, very closely connected. Oh wow. Is that even hit? So I want Clarf to not do anything at all. Also, I'm contemplating keeping Archie alive. I don't think I need Clarf alive, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to put Clarf in the far front, and that way he will be hopefully dying relatively quickly. That's the idea anyways. So, alrighty, we go back to Runglom. He tells us, in order for you to enter the Ymir Forest, you will have to get an emblem from Alvanista. Because only royal advisors and messengers are allowed to enter the Ymir Forest, so, well, I guess I need to give you one of those emblems now. And that's kind of what we are doing now. So, what we do is we wait until the next day, until Runglom has completed all the formalities and gives us the ability to enter the Ymir Forest. This is where I would normally buy the Thunderblade spell, because I should have the money for it, but I don't really need it. Well, actually I already have it since a while. Received Alvanista's Royal Crest. Right, that's what it was called. So that will allow me to not only go to get into the Ymir Forest, but generally act as a messenger and part of the, I guess, Alvanista officials, which will be handy later as well, interestingly enough. But it also turns out that half-elves are not allowed in the Ymir Forest. The Ymir Forest is where the elves live, and they do not want to have anything to do with humans, or as little as possible. And Archie just took away my jet boots. Whatever. I guess I can't run anymore. But she tells us that, well, half-elves are not allowed. I'm just going to wait in the inn here until you guys return. Of course Archie is going to do that. Naturally. But nonetheless, Archie is not going to join us on our efforts to walk through the Ymir Forest, so we're just going to be stuck with the three of us. Which I basically forget, by the way, because now my party layout doesn't make sense. Oh, actually, usually your party layout gets rearranged. Alright. Usually your party layout gets rearranged. I guess not in this case. And greetings, Michael. Well, and yes, I actually do speedrun that game, not just a challenge run right now. Also, just to point that out, this is a challenge run, this is not a real speedrun. I guess it's kind of timed, so I'm trying to go kind of fast, because I want to finish this in a single sitting. Mint only run. I've actually contemplated about doing that. The issue with a mint only run is just kind of she does not have any offensive capabilities. It would be potentially fine if you could take direct control of mint, but because that's not an option, it would be really rough to do that, unfortunately. I mean, I've seriously contemplated doing a mint only run. It's just you can't really take control of her directly, so that makes it rather tricky. Have I ever played Tales of Eternia? No, the only other Tales game I played is Symphonia, which was my first real Tales game, you could say. As in the first one I really remember. And yes, Clarf is just taking a nap, don't worry. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid, actually. So those, oh shoot, did I save? When did I save? Those guys petrify you with their physical attacks. Which, by the way, has the implication of a bug that we never use. Because it's too slow to set up. I guess it's okay. I think that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. They petrify you, and if your party is either petrified, paralyzed, or dead, you lose. That's pretty much it, really. As in... yeah. You just straight up lose if your entire party is petrified. And that is one of the big dangers in that forest. I remember that clearly because I actually looked up all the enemies that can use petrification moves. Because, let me just put it like this, there is a bug in this game where if you get hit with a petrification move and die at the same time, you can then use a remedy bottle outside of combat to undo the petrification, and that somehow also makes your character alive again. Also, by the way, this card just kind of goes, hey, you need to crest. Oh, you have a crest, you are official messenger. Good, go on. So yeah, either way. If you do that, your character will be at 0 HP but alive, which means enemies can do as much damage to you as they want, they will never actually defeat you. Which might be useful for some super ridiculous difficult boss, but there is none really in this game outside of Deitel. It might be worth it to set that up for Deitel specifically, but outside of Deitel there's no boss like that. So, even though there is a save and reset setup that I figured out a few to get that to work, it's not really useful, unfortunately, because it just takes too long to set up for no real specific purpose, where you couldn't defeat the boss or an enemy otherwise. I assume the devils, the ones in Silk, are exceptional. I actually completely avoided them, Mikael, well, and they would not be an exception because you can completely avoid them. Sadly, your job hasn't given you much time to... oh, you have to work night shift. Also, take care, Lef. Rest well and thank you for dropping by. Sorry, I kind of missed out on... oh. So those things are actually quite scary because of this. They can just petrify you, and that is scary. I could actually use a medicine bottle, I just realized. Medicine bottle reduces your damage output by 30%, but you also cannot get hit by status effects, I think. Do I have medicine bottles? I usually just sell them because I never use them. I don't. So that would actually be quite handy here. I never used them in my casual playthrough. Because they reduce my damage output, why would I use them? Not realizing what they actually did. Both Lightning Bolt and Kogehazan deal approximately the same damage, with the difference that Lightning Bolt is not avoidable for them. I get a weapon here. I think the weapon is actually pretty decent. Lavender Fount. I actually want this thing over here. This is Lavender. Increases your strength by 2. I think I want to have every bit of power that I can get for this playthrough. Alrighty. I think we are good here. So, after a short trip, we arrive in the Elven village, and Clarf just kind of noticed, huh, there was something pink behind that tree there, or something like that. Nah, you're just imagining that, Clarf. So only elves are allowed in this area, unless we are royal messengers from Alvanista, which we are apparently right now. Use remote lightning here. The tricky portion is I need to really quickly switch target, and I can't easily switch target just by moving left or right. I actually have to click through all enemies with targeting. But it would be a good application, I agree. It would be a good application here. So I use healing items here instead of anything else. There are many great medicines for everything. Nice. Actually, mixed gummies are going to be later useful. Right now I don't really need them. Medicine bottle. Let's actually get some medicine bottles. Do they have... Don't need that yet. Oh, right, they don't actually sell any equipment. I was thinking maybe some basic equipment upgrades for secondary characters would be nice, but they don't actually sell any. So, here, the leader of the village tells us, you want to repair the rings? Well, we probably need to go to the place of origin, where everything originates from, and enjoy the music. So he's going to accompany us to the place of origin. I'm going to make a detour here through the forest. By the way, this forest here is a pretty dangerous place for random encounters. I remember that specifically, because I struggled in my casual playthrough. Actually, maybe it is going to be the second version of it. Either way, I remember struggling through this forest one way or another. The nice thing is, I know exactly where to go. The other thing is, it's just kind of a pretty long trip anyways. Plus, I even go out of my way to gain specific items from this dungeon. Or, well, area, I guess. lightning bolts takes care of one guy. No matter whether I use a flare bottle or not. Bam. I'm actually curious what those weapons are. The weapons from the other guys later on are really, really good. I'm just curious what this is. Longsword, alright. That's a really bad weapon. Holy Rune found, Black Onyx found. Holy Rune is interesting. I forgot what it does exactly. I just remember it being interesting. This is a saber if I'm not mistaken. Lavender increases your strength by 1. If I use a rune bottle on lavender, it becomes red lavender, increases my strength by 2. That's it really. So it increases my stats. The relevant stats more specifically by a bit. Savory. Savory is for HP increase. I will not do that until I arrive basically at the place where I will start needing HP for my tactics, which I think should be working out fine, as long as I do that just before, because I will have basically more HP. And this hourglass is the reason why I make this detour. I want every single hourglass that I can get. Oh, there's a Drake here. Oh! Let's use a medicine bottle. So as I said, this reduces my damage output, but it prevents me from being petrified completely. So, 2 things I need to change actually. I want Mint to be a bit further away from my main character. That way they don't both get hit by the same attacks all the time. For 1, and for 2, that's actually it. So they don't get hit by the same attacks all the time. Delicious coffee. Delicious coffee should actually work. I'm not sure why it doesn't. In theory. Having played the game quite well, it seems that the PS1/SNES was way more challenging. I'm not sure about that. This is hard mode, as in you can unlock hard mode by button combination when starting the game. But this is not terribly challenging. It's actually more like a bit unfair, honestly. The early game is probably the most ridiculous portion for being unfair straight up, but later on, as long as you are somewhat careful, it should be fine. Mint, could you please heal me? Mint? I'm going to use a medicine bottle on Mint, so she cannot get petrified. Oh boy! Oh my god! Uh-oh! 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 Holy, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Applegami on Mint. You're still paralyzed. Okay, she cast Nurse, that's nice. At least we get healed. No! Stop it! He immediately paralyzed me again. Mint. Use heal immediately again on Romp because he is in range. Oh my god. Stop it! Go away! Oh boy. Romp. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody from Boar's channel. I'm currently doing a challenge run of Tales of Phantasia. No holy bottles, which will reduce the encounter rate or more specifically completely remove it. And no running away from battle, which proves to be quite a challenge because random encounters are apparently way more dangerous than bosses. As usual, I guess. Everything going bananas, something like that. So, I hope you're having a lovely day, guys. Rump, all the rumps. So, greetings Bowie, Ninzard, Colonel Backslash, Ninzard, Solith, Aricradis, Acrylic, Nezekiel. Hope you're having a great time. So what I'm going to be doing here real quick is I use rune models on the newly acquired Savory item? Sure, we can transform that one already. Not actually what I was looking for. I wanted... Wait, Savories are... Ah! Never mind. I thought the Savories are different items. The ones that increase strength. Lavender is the strength thingy. There are actually items that, or accessories that prevent me from getting petrified. I probably should use those or get some of those in this kind of challenge. That would be the reasonable choice. So, good evening everybody. And I'm quite fine, thank you. Yep, I did greet you again. Greetings Solith, and greetings Tag, greetings Fabian, greetings Yup. Something like that. I'm always confused, you know that. So, my character is way higher level than usual. Except for Clarf. I keep him dead because I don't need him alive. Currently anyways. I'm going to use a flare bottle because that guarantees killing this guy in one hit. And then this guy with lightning bolt. Good night. Life bottle acquired, that was nice. By the way, those things are called bush babies. They sound like kitties. And are usually in your way when you don't want them to be. I'm going to use a medicine bottle here. Reduce my damage output significantly. But at least I don't get petrified all the time and paralyzed. Also these things here are super susceptible to lightning all it seems. Not sure why. And we have arrived here. Was this ring found? So this is the halfway point, basically, through this forest, because I will always also have to walk outside again. So this is the place of origin, where we will be able to repair our rings, and then form a summoning pact with Luna. Kind of like we formed the summoning pact with many other spirits already, Luna will assist us in the battle against Dows. By the way, I really like the subtleties in this game. Just saying. So, rings have been repaired, we have acquired them, and, well, back we go. Trying to recruit Luna into our party. Also, there's a hidden item that I see most guys kind of miss. Right here. Elven boots. What they do is they are an accessory that increase your speed by 20%. Too bad I have nightmare boots which increase my speed by 50%. Yeah. I probably should have saved after the cutscene. That way, in case I die, I don't forget to do the cutscene again. I love this music right now. So good. Damn. If anyone is wondering why I'm not running, even though you can run in this game, this is just walking, because it increases the rate at which I get into encounters by 2, as in twice as quick. That's my... oh. No! No! I'm sorry guys, I need to reset this. I can't use an hourglass. Hourglasses are too valuable. I cannot use hourglasses. So I need to do the cutscene again. Sorry about that guys. I accidentally used an hourglass trying to use a medicine bottle. I mean, the names look almost the same, right? No, it's more like it was in the space where I expected the medicine bottle to be. Whoopsie. Hello Leela, how are you doing? Also allow me to go and take a real quick bathroom break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. GG! That was not clever at all. Prepare the Moonstone Ring and Topaz Ring. Oh yeah, the Topaz Ring. I don't actually know what the Topaz Ring is for. To be completely honest with you. You actually do get 2 rings. I thought the 2 broken rings were, or the 2 broken halves were of the same ring, but apparently it's 2 different rings. So yeah, I have no clue what the topaz is for. Whoa! Illusion, thank you! Illusion subscribed for 12 prompts in a row. Thank you so much, Illusion. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, sir, and thank you so much. That's such a long time. A year already. Hey. A year of romp. Yep, 12 romps in a row. Welcome to the 1 year VIP club. Enjoy your stay. And Illusion, how are you doing, sir? How is it going? Haven't seen you around in a while. At least not streaming, that is. Furious Slash learned. Alright. Now we are talking, guys. I'm actually going to keep Tiger Teeth as a secondary ability. And you exchange it only for places. So Furious Slash is going to be my new main damaging ability. As long as the enemies are not too fast to interrupt it. Because essentially what it does is it deals so much damage. It's ridiculous. It's basically he just winds up a hit and boom. It does so much damage, it's amazing. Happy birthday. Happy birthday indeed. So yeah, happy birthday Illusion. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a lovely birthday, sir. Bam! One shot. Bam! One shot. And bam! One shot. That's amazing. No, everybody sings to embarrass you. I don't think that's usually the idea of singing happy birthday. But a banana found, sure. Actually, it went the wrong way. Which is why I got that thing. Does the 1 year clock get snacks or something? I wouldn't mind the free snacks a year from now. Sure. You get some salad cookies if you would like. Okay, this guy for example is too fast. I can't use my Fury Slash on him. I have to sing? Oh boy. I'm not good at that. At least not in public. I sing for myself. Oh boy. Either way, happy birthday to you, Illusion, and thank you so much for, well, 12 rounds in a row. Really, really appreciate that. Rude. Oh my god! Do not hit me! Okay. How many bottle use of mint? Mint actually killed it! What? Fascinating. How is Phantasia treating me today? Okay, I guess. Ups and downs, like usual. I've never played Hardmode before, so that's interesting. So, after we return back to the Elven village... Greetings to East Elysium, hope you're doing well. After we get back to the Elven village... we find out that a little pink-haired lady has been caught and trespassing for elves, or specifically half-elves, into the Elven territory. Well, punishment is death. But suddenly the innkeeper actually storms out of the building and she says, if you need to punish someone, take me in her stead. We don't quite know what's going on, but considering that we kind of need Archie around, thank you very much, innkeeper, we really appreciate that. And just shortly after we have to leave the village, because they throw us outside, considering that Archie, well, is not supposed to be in here. She realizes that this was her mother. You're not allowed in there, Archie. Sorry about that. So, what it turns out to be is... Actually, that portion of the story will be really later. Either way, Archie thought her mother was dead. Now she briefly saw her mother. But no more. So sad. And she's really mad too. So, actually I want to have Archie alive now. As well. Just for experience. Archie will want to have more HP for upcoming battles. So it's fine to keep her alive too. And yes, the rules thingy is actually a new-ish Twitch feature, and it will be shown to you once when you enter the channel. This should kill them. Steak. This is steak. By the way, I love the little reflection on the water. Also how the bridge reacts to your character. So many details, it's amazing. I thought that would kill it. Stone wall. That's kind of strange. Why would you use a stone wall? By the way, the camera always pans to the character who is casting a spell, even if the spell is not going off because the target is dead. Or we win the battle, or the battle is over. Oh, Archie. You have a few abilities that I don't want you to use anymore, ever. Like, none of those, in fact. So the lightning is the best move for a lot of the game. In a sense, yes. The thing about the lightning is, it's a bit awkward to use because you have to be at long range. You cannot use it when you are too close to the enemy. But the big thing is, enemies cannot block the attack. As in, if you use a physical attack on an enemy, like just go up and whack him, they have an evasion rating. And when they evade your attack, well, it will not deal any damage. It's really straightforward like that. Hey Ozzy, how are you doing, sir? And also greetings to you... Who was it? Mike. And greetings to you... Prozui! There we go. I saw your name earlier. But the lightning is just kind of overall really good. It's not necessarily the best. Because for example the Fury Slash, as long as it's not blocked or interrupted for that matter, Fury Slash is really, really strong. As in, really strong. The advantage of Fury Slash is just kind of so much damage. If you are allowed to get it off, that is. Sirloin State, by the way, is I think the thing you get from the little piggies, if I'm not mistaken. Just making updates to the schedule, I see. Do you have a little flyer or banner or something like that that you can put out for the Californiathon? You would like to advertise it a little. Shame, what happened to Cosmic? I don't actually know anything currently, to be completely honest with you. I probably should have bought some more orange gel. Oh well, it's okay. How good is this game compared to Canonic Chrono Trigger? It keeps up, let's put it that way. I would say Chrono Trigger overall is just more well-rounded and aged a bit better, but this game here is still really strong, as in, it's overall really, really good. Probably the biggest downside is likely the encounter rate, which is rather high for a game like this. Also, combat is slightly awkward compared to later Tales titles. Not terrible, but it is noticeably different. He broke his arm? Ouch. Poor guy. That is really unfortunate. So 12 hours to 12 stars. The idea is that you need to have the background music play the correct tune. Oh, that doesn't work. You need to have the background music play the correct tune, so you can advance to the next floor. This is why I also wanted to keep Tiger Teeth in my available inventories. No problem, Jesus. I just realized your name. Nice. Oh, I forgot. I have Phoenix. They are immune to Phoenix. So those brigand enemies, they are... I just one-shot Archie! They are pretty strong, I wanted to say. I know that. They are not to be underestimated. And I actually really want to have Archie alive for now. So this one, by the way, increases your max HP by 5%. I think that's a wrong description. I think this is like the mental ring, which recovers 5% of your max HP every so often in battle. Where is the life ball? There we go. Archie just got one shot. I mean, it is kind of a bit of a Germanish thing. But here we have new music. Oh wow, they are immune to lightning apparently. This should hit. Don't use lightning! I think they are immune against elemental attacks, it seems. Wow! Holy smokes! He's dumb! Archie, do you have anything useful? Pretty sure they are immune against all elemental attacks. This is going to be rather awkward. Yep, they won't be damaged. This could be rather dicey. Doesn't help us, unfortunately. Minty is hanging on by a thread, basically. Alright, one done. Thank you, Mint. Good job. That was rather dangerous. That was really dangerous. Oh boy. Ding. You like the limited voice lines in this game? They're actually really cute. Technologically speaking, this game is really crazy good, actually. As in, it's insane. They even have a fully voice song in this game. That is pretty crazy, to say the least. I forget where left. Okay, brigands. Mint. Try using abilities, please. Like hammer, flint. Could you try using a hammer, please? Welcome back, Fabian. The rest of the Elven Woods was actually quite fine. Nothing too terribly dangerous. I tried to be careful and it worked out. Clutch victory indeed. Those brigands here are really dangerous, it seems. I have no idea what those corpses can do. I kind of expected them to be spellcasters, but they don't cast any spells. They might do some nasty status effects with their physical damage, but I guess I don't get to do that. I just kill them before they do anything. So we have different music now again. Let's see. Aww. Reminds you of the beginning of the game, just before everything went to hell. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Those mud golems? Golems are usually really crazy enemies to deal with. Sorry about that. But it seems like those types of golems here are not too bad. You almost lost this game? Nice. Good choice. Alrighty, we got it. I think Dark Mages can do pretty devastating spells, but usually it's not too bad. Thank you for the host, Raindrop Rai. Appreciate that. And thank you for the Gesundheit. Okay. Next one is bottom right. Don't use lightning. Mint. Heal, please. Yeah. I think using Tire Blade is more safe against those guys. Not listen, but hello anyways. Hello Takaze. Can someone tell him that I said hello? Hope you're doing well, sir. I really need a mute button on my microphone sometime. That would be handy. Stop using lightning bolt, please. Dinner with young and friends. Hey, enjoy your dinner. That was basically my last orange shell. You're guessing Clarf being dead has something to do with the run, or maybe just like him? I actually like Clarf. He's probably one of my, if not my favorite characters of the entire crew. But Clarf being dead is more efficient, because he does not take over experience. Clarf, compared to Archie, does not really need that much experience. Preferably I would have both Clarf and Archie just dead, so they don't take away the experience from the other characters, because their damage does not really scale well with levels, as in, it's minimal how much more damage they gain. The reason why I have Archie alive currently is because she gains more maximum HP per level now, which is going to be useful in shortly, so to speak. Phoenix is elemental. Yes, Phoenix is fire damage. Oh, more music! Minced Half Bob saved her, yep. Nice. One shot damage. The Fury Slash is so crazy strong, if you can hit it. Heavy stones are quiet. Why would we pick up heavy stones? Not sure. Either way, with this, we arrived at the top of the tower. And this little guy here, he just kind of messes with you a little bit. By the way, if you try to go to Midgard with the royal crest of Alvanista, this little guy would steal your royal crest and you would actually have to retrieve it from Luna's tower. So you have to do Luna's tower one way or another. This way, we just kind of go into Luna's tower right away, and we want to recruit her into our party, basically. And this guy apparently is the last fairy alive, and he is a bit of a good-for-nothing. So he tells you, if you want to get to Luna, my big sister, you have to do something with me. Hey, you with the pink hair, kiss the blonde guy, or something like that. And Archie just kind of goes, hey, come on, it will be fun. Minch does not want that. It's so cute. Min just kind of goes, no! Then afterwards Luna just kind of goes, hey, don't mess with our guests so much. Lead them up here, and also give them something for their trouble. So he taught Archie the Ray spell, which, by the way, Ray is pretty good. Either way, Luna decides that she actually does not want to fight. She really does not like fighting, but she sees we have pure intentions and want to turn the world into something better or something like that, and joins our party and efforts anyways. Or was it because it was Maxwell in our party already? I don't know actually. I haven't read this text in a long time since I usually run the Japanese version. Gain the ability to summon the Moon Queen Luna. But this guy is not all alone. My only sister. Oh, poor guy. And as usual, some of you guys might be wondering, why am I not running everywhere? Instead I'm just walking. And the reason is simple. In this game, if you run, you get into encounters twice as quick. That's not just because you're moving twice as quick, but actively because your step counter until the next encounter depletes twice as quick. So it is very inefficient to run, and since this is a no holy bottle challenge run, I don't really want to run. Oh, I need to adjust the text for the little rump. So those columns are actually really nice to defeat with Fury Slash, it seems. I expected them to give me more trouble, but it's just fine. Dark Mage, poor guy. Good night. And that was that. We completed our task to go through the moon tower. There are still some brigands out here. Which, if you've been here a bit earlier, a brigand just one-shot Archie straight up. Was rather impressive. Not in a good way impressive, by the way, but rather intriguing. Good night, Brigand. This spell learned. This spell dispels various status effects like damage over time effects that you cannot otherwise get rid of, so this spell is really neat. So, before I go anywhere else, I'm going to restock on some supplies here. I've been hurting for more orange gummies to replenish my magic. It's a while now. Also light bottles and flare bottles have been running out. What happened? What happened? Nothing yet. So, how much longer do we have to wait? A lot longer. So it turns out you just have to literally wait here until something happens. You can move around, but if you go into the menu, the timer of waiting gets reset. So don't go into the menu. Do you have any idea what your next focus week will be? No, I don't actually. To be fair, honest with you, I don't necessarily plan on having one anytime soon. Because I've been really liking Diablo 2 lately. Just kind of dive more and more into that. It gives me the same idea of when I started speedrunning Secret of Mana. It's just that nice kind of progression where you learn so much every run, and so many little things matter. It's really awesome. Either way, story-wise here, we arrived in Midgard, the military city that is the only one to stand up against Dows. Well, until now, where Alvanista decided to join as well, and we are kind of Alvanista's official messengers in this sense. So Midgard now kind of welcomes us as the party that is trusted by King of Alvanista, and also Edward, who is a highly regarded, let's say, war hero. And the king here will just kind of give us the approval. And the guy on the left is basically the military tactician, and also he oversees the research that Midgard has been doing. So the research Midgard has been doing is the Magitech cannon, or just generally Magitech in general. So machines that can use magic and use the power of mana to do some devastating damage. So he gives us a tour through the laboratory, or, well, allows us to look around in it. But we don't really care about that, we just go on the side again. It's basically just Magitech, magic machines are a thing in this game as well. They also use a lot of magic. Also here Archie just kind of starts questioning. Why is Dows attacking some places but not others? What do those places have in common that he attacked and destroyed? And we don't really know. Well, I know, I guess. But our party has no clue. And they are starting to just kind of, Archie, why are you even questioning this? No matter whether Dows might have one reason or another, he's a bad guy that must be stopped anyways, right? Something like that. So, either way, Archie also says, hey, I have some business with my father. Could we really quick go to his place? So I can talk with him about something or something. I actually should probably have read the text there. I don't really remember what she says. So Archie just seeks out her father, Bart, and she is furious at first. Because, well, she got to know that her mother was not dead. And her father always told her a lie. The reason why Bart told her a lie is that, well, it would be way easier for him to raise her, and also that's what her mother told him to say. Essentially, about 10 years ago, apparently, elves coexisted alongside humans, no problem. But then something really bad happened, and the elves decided to split up and go back into the Ymir forest, taking all the pureblood elves with them. And they did not want to have anything else to do with the humans anymore. And as a result, the lady here, who was Bart's wife, or well, still is in a sense, and also they created the daughter Archie, he had to go back into the forest, and it would be way easier to raise Archie with the knowledge of, well, her mother is dead, probably. I love this music, by the way. It's so good. So yeah, that is the story so far. We return back to Midgard. And something is happening in the entrance area. So it turns out there's a messenger demon who told the king to stop using the Makitech technology, but the demon has also other plans. So regardless of whether he's just the messengers, he wants to mess with humans. And so he decides to, hey, want this little kid? Beat each other up. Toronx the Morrison has none of that, uses his time warp magic to free the little boy, but unfortunately gets stabbed right through the chest. And this demon decides to, well, I'm not going to let you go easily away with this. And Toronx the Morrison, actually this is Edward the Morrison, decides to straight up destroy both himself and the demon to get rid of him. And that's the end of the war hero, Edward the Morrison. So, either Edward the Morrison has already created some offsprings, or he is not dead. Because otherwise we would have just changed history. If we didn't arrive in the palace entrance, he would have probably survived and not taken any rash actions. Either way, Edward the Morrison is no longer, and in his stead, the group member of our party who has been napping the entire time so far, Clarf, is going to be one of the generals instead now, to take over and attack Dows and defending from his attack. So the first order of operation is take over the Valkyrie plains and push Dows' army back to the bridge. Also, Clarf gets informed that, buddy, you are going to be one of the generals now who needs to take responsibility and lead your other fighters and members. So please, everybody else who is not one of the generals, get outside, and we are going to be talking about this overnight. So we go downstairs and back upstairs, and it's apparently next day already, because they are finished with their talking. And greetings, Malpheus, how's it going? So, either way, it's obvious that, well, our battle plans are ready. Also, here's the Magitech cannon, which they want to use as a defensive resort, and also defeat some monsters and stuff. So in the year 4202, in Alvanista, the people prepare for disaster. Bloodiest war in history, the Valhalla conflict. The war's greatest hero, Edward the Morrison. as his death changed the outcome of the war. Those stairs must be really long, or our foot power is really low. Like, have you ever seen Die Hard? Or the NES speedruns? Only time will tell. What version of the game is this? This is the Super Nintendo version, specifically a fan translation of it. So, and we are in the Valkyrie Plains, where we will be aiming to defeat the opposing general of the army. Or that's the goal anyways. So what I normally do here is I go to equip the pearl to run away quickly. So since this is a rather... I have to fight everything now. This is a rather odd place to go through anyways. Since unlike all other areas, this area here... What are you doing, guys? Unlike all other areas, this one here, the enemies are just like NPCs, and if you bump into them, you get into combat. And there is just a chance to avoid them. I actually open up the menu here in most of the fields, because that gives me a little bit of a brief overview of what is the situation, then I can move. The guys that are just standing still, they move rather quickly towards me. Whenever they decide to move. When I get close to them, they want to move rather quickly towards me. So I kind of try to avoid them as well as I can. Oh, what? You have the Game Boy Advance version. This is much different. This is fairly different, yes. The Game Boy Advance version is basically a port of the PlayStation remake. Story-wise, it's essentially the same. The idea, the general concept is the same, but the more detailed mechanics are very different. Ah, he had to run into me there. Fury Slash is really good against those guys. I should be able to pass by this guy over the right. Nice. Nice. Oh, why? It's night. Rest now? No. Resting? That's silly. So, that's the reason why I opened the menu. This guy just really wants to fight me, I guess. And the second time he caught me anyways. There's actually an additional character in the Game Boy Advance version that joins you in... that you can get if you want to. It's optional. You don't have to. It's also in the PlayStation version. I'm not sure about an additional dungeon. Probably is. Alrighty. We have arrived here. Mint heal up everybody, please. Also never use acid. Actually use antidote, that's fine. Never use... Actually silence could be useful. Lay, haste. Alrighty, and we oppose the general of the opposing army. I forgot to equip one of the skills. So if here is where you will see Maxwell for the first time. Also might as well use Ray. Also really nice hit there. So Maxwell is ridiculous. His damage ceiling is somewhere around 2000 damage regardless of Clarf's level. And it just does so much damage, it's amazing. Those were not that great rolls, but it still did so much damage as well. Alrighty, we defeated the opposing general of Dows' army, and they are now pushed back to the bridge. Before I go any further, I will go out and save, because this is going to be a rather crazy portion next. I will give Archie an Onyx, so she will have more maximum HP, which will she need, and then save as well. Playing Shenmue while watching Yaga. I see, enjoy your Shenmue. Interesting actually. The rub. And yes, in the SNES version you cannot play other characters. You are locked to your main character, unfortunately. I believe you also can only do that in the PlayStation version if you have a specific item that allows you to take control over other characters. So, and as it turns out, Dao's army was not just idling around, they were actually planning an aerial attack, or more specifically, they are executing it right now. So, we don't really have... Hang on. Headphone cable, please. Alright, either way, we don't really have good means to defend against aerial attacks, so we kind of see what we can do and to help out here. But on the way outside, to be able to see whether there's anything we can do to defend against flying attacks, suddenly we hear a voice. Jamir does not belong to you. And Crest got taken away. It disappeared, bang. And Mint, he really does not like to be away from Crest, apparently. So, either way, here we have this lady here. So this is a Valkyrie riding a Pegasus, and she says, Gungnir, that spear weapon you have, you acquired from Alvanista's king. It does not belong to you, it is a sacred weapon, you have to give it back. And Kresh just kind of goes, hey, you can have it back, no problem, but can I maybe lend your horse, your flying horse, for a while? Thinking ahead, Kresh, I see. Also, the Magitech cannon is about to fire against a horde of flying enemies. Which, by the way, I recommend you watch the PlayStation cutscene for this one here. It is rather intense. In Game Boy Advance, you can change character anytime you want, no special items needed. Oh, I see, interesting. Maybe you just need the special item to play multiplayer in the PlayStation version? Question mark? I don't know. Either way, the first wave of enemies has been completely obliterated, but unfortunately there are more enemies coming, and the Magitech cannon who apparently also completely disturbed the Dryad out there at the mana tree for some reason. Using up so much mana. Hint hint. Something went very wrong with this. Or the anime first episode? Wow. I will need to watch that sometime. So either way, no. Only Archie can fly, and no, we can fly too. So we try to... defend the aerial attack to the best of our ability. Which is kind of difficult. Because unfortunately the combat in air here is so crazy awkward. So the concept of this battle here is amazing in my opinion. It's just kind of, you're the only two who can reasonably defend against the upcoming or the remaining enemy invasion. So you kind of need to do something about that. And you defend against the hordes of the enemies to come. So the thing is, you see me move really awkwardly back and forth trying to get those jumping attacks in. It's not because they deal much damage. It's because that's the only way to damage them in the first place. As in, if the Charon enemies here are too far at the bottom of the screen, they are impossible to hit with just a stabby attack. So the jumping attack is the only reasonable or reliable method to actually hit them. Plus, those Charon enemies, they are completely immune to all spells. In fact, they absorb all spell damage. Which is why I've not been using spells of Archie in that battle, specifically. But as I said, I kind of really like the concept of that battle. It's just, it's so awkward to play that it's not that great after all. Which is really unfortunate. And it doesn't help that even without hard mode, those enemies here deal so much damage. It's insane. You just kind of need to know what you're doing initially, otherwise, if you didn't save, well, you have to watch the cutscene again and then get to it. They actually improved that significantly in the PlayStation version. So 2 ray attacks will usually kill those goblins in normal mode. I don't know... Goblins, demons, whatever. I don't know about hard mode. Nice. Archers gain the level. This is where we use those yellow cakes. You remember those yellow cakes? Boom. Yep, that's why we use yellow cakes. As in, the battle against this dragon in the air is so ridiculous that you, in a speedrun, use your most powerful consumable items to defeat the air boss. Otherwise, you would struggle against that guy for a really long time. Just because you can't damage him properly, really. And that's that. So that was easier than I anticipated. Hardmode wasn't that much harder after all. First episode, it's all about this battle. Interesting. Get that. So, we get rewarded for, well, being able to defend against the remaining aerial enemies, and that way we saved Midgard and pushed Aal's army all the way back to the castle. Here also Archie learns how to cast Indignation spell because we are now trusted, and that also means we kind of get the remaining items and things that Edward D. Morrison has left behind. And among those is the Indignation spell, which you have seen in the intro of the game, cast at the enemies. Alright then, let's go. And we need someone with the head boots. Thank you very much. I want to run. So, with this, we finally are able to invade Dows' castle and get to him for once and for all. At least that's the idea anyways, I guess. Sure, let's buy some mixed gummies. I didn't expect to need that many remedy bottles, by the way. Save! I will, don't worry. I can't save in the middle of a town, you actually have to go outside. There is no danger in this field here, there's literally no enemy here. You just kind of have to find your way again to the place where the general was residing. Or the enemy dragon, I guess. You won't see what it is? Oh. Wait, what did I talk about what it is? What did I say it's too early? What did I say? I forget. Money stops being a problem in the second half of the game, especially if you fight everything, yes. I only normally have to equip crests and that's it. Money is actually never really a problem in this game, it's just kind of, it gets a bit awkward at the beginning. At least not in a speedrun setting, where you only really care about equipping one character and that's it. 3 to 4 million? Wow. Oh, I go over here real quick, found a mystical rune. Now I have 2 of those. And the second one I will equip on the Clarf actually. I don't need that thing until later. So the mystical rune reduces spell casting time by a whole lot. Which I feel like will be useful to deal with random enemies here. Oh my god, I forgot again. You need to equip the weapon after you fight the air battle. For some reason you automatically equip Gungnir during the air battle. So it makes it a bit awkward. I think I'm just going to let Archie cast Indignation, no problem. That's okay. What was that? Oh yeah, I don't have a weapon equipped. It's kind of awkward. Those druids are ridiculous with their melee attacks, by the way. I just want to point that out. As in, they deal so much damage with their melee attacks, I'm not sure why they even bothered to cast spells. Mixed gummy acquired. I already had those. So yeah, don't forget to re-equip your mecha halberd. That was kind of silly to forget that. That made the first battle really awkward, which I have done with the other enemies here before, by the way. These flowers can be made into medicine, and also used to load up on steps. I don't get into random encounters that quickly. So, inside this door there's a spell. I want that spell, but I'm not going to get it here, because I have a better idea than that. Inside that door is the Firestorm spell. Those vines are actually rather awkward. Wow, that's so much damage with Maxwell. Holy smokes. Those flowers are rather awkward to deal with because they absorb magic points. Which is pretty irritating, if you ask me. But thanks to Fury Slash and Maxwell, it's really not an issue. In fact, I will be equipping more, getting items on him, I think, just so he recovers magic a bit faster. Actually, that doesn't matter too much. It's okay. Oh well. So in order for you to go to the left, you need to step on this switch twice. Also here, in those weapon racks, if you press the A button, every time you press the A button against the weapon racks, you increase your step counter by 1, so I will not get into as many steps encounters as much as I press A. Until the next screen, that will be 255 maximum. Mecha Halberd is just for money. Is this game's magic summon damage based on the caster's attack? I don't know. I don't think so. Up, down, left, right, right, left, left, right. I was wrong. I actually have no idea what the attack is based on. I don't think it's on the caster's attack. I don't think so. Oh, I missed the Sorcerer's Ring already, where I can use it senselessly. There's a ghost in the mirror. Ooh. Oh, Iron Man, this might be a bit tougher to deal with. They are okay. Oh wow. Does that deal any damage, Archie? It does. Wow, and they have so much HP. Maxwell is actually surprisingly not so useful. Mint, could you please move backwards so I don't get destroyed by this guy? That would be lovely. Okay, one down. Iron boots acquired. I didn't even need to buy them. Oh, fascinating. Also, let's see, what do I have? Persian boots, alright. That reduces the damage I take by 30%. That's exactly what I want right now. Because most of the enemies are going to deal more and more and more damage. So yeah, I have no idea what's the point of upgrading Mint's weapon or Clarf's weapon or etc. is. I do not know. Well, that one's dead. That's an issue, guys. That's a real big issue, actually. Good heal. Let's see whether Luna does anything against those guys. I don't actually know. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Luna is surprisingly good against those guys. Nice. I was actually really worried about this fight just now. I was really worried. Glad to hear that, Fabian. So, this is the room where you have to step on the switches at the same time, left and right. And Arch is a bit of a troll. By the way, if you fail this one here, something like 30 times in the PlayStation version, Clarf and Mint will just kind of go, you guys are useless, and just do that together really efficiently. And yes, Arch is a real troll. It was just the beginning. Yeah, this is the easy portion. I didn't need to use a flare bubble in here. I guess it helps me one-shot them instead of two-shotting. Oh, that's a plus. Oh, oopsie. They are immune to lightning. Orange gum is acquired. Hey, that's nice actually. I mean, they deal more damage when they get to attack Power Choke. By the way, how do I pronounce your name properly? I do not know. I mean, sometimes Clarf or Min or Archie gets to attack. Actually, Archie's attack is even useful because her being airborne has that kind of special property to it. Oh, who did I leave behind? Oh, interesting question. I think I'm going to tell Archie to not cast spells. Clarf as well. That way I can always manually target spells Archie just cast instead. Use some other techniques as well sometime. Sure. The thing about the techniques I use, I feel like they are just most reasonable. The other ones are kind of meh most of the time anyways. So it seems like Archie's running out of magic. So I might as well leave Archie behind for just a moment. Which, by the way, I don't really need her anyways. That's okay. The orange gum is for you, orange gum is for you. Bye bye, Archie. Door will only stay open if one stays here. Hey! Bye bye, Archie. Wow, Tales of Phantasia predicted Iron Man 3. Just Puffy. Alright, Puffy is easy. Can do that. So, by the way, those Dragon, they have a chance to drop a weapon that is called the Moon Phallux. At least in this translation. Which is a really strong light-based weapon, considering that most of the enemies in here are dark element, or not strong against light. That makes it rather potent to destroy enemies with. So if I get a question mark weapon from one of those ray gun encounters, I will want to identify it with a rune bottle. By the way, identifying item you use the rune bottles with. Let's see what do we get here. Vines. Considering those are 5 vines. Uh-oh, that's bad. No, 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 no! Wow. Those things can be so awkward to deal with. Can use Phoenix sometimes also gain Gale Shields. I will be using Phoenix against the boss later on, more specifically the Fenrir boss. So you will get to see that the latest Charon enemies. And I will be using Gale Shield against Dows number 2. Good shot, man. But those things, by the way, they run out of magic rather quick, so that's a plus. But their magic is so strong and so quick to cast too. Plus, their melee attacks are actually worse than their magic, because they attack so quick melee-wise if they really just decide to do that. Oh, that's Phoenix, by the way. Not a good thing to use against enemies that absorb all elemental damage. Thank you, Mint. But those things are really awkward to deal with, just because they're hovering just above the range for me to use Fury Flash on. Mixed gummies are quiet. Save the frogs. No! Save the frogs. So normally this is the first battle I fight in here. Also, if I interact with this NPC from one tile away, it's a book of spells! We can't use it, I guess we should just put... Oh my god! I forgot about that! I need Archie in my party for this. I completely forgot about that. I actually didn't know, huh? Do I need Firestorm? Guys, I think I need Firestorm. I need to get Archie. Oh my god, I did not think that far. That's really awkward. So, for reference, what happens there is actually not supposed to happen. So, the developers didn't intend for you to interact with an NPC that is supposed to... You just walk up to him and the event starts. Ooh, I'm guarding this treasure, and then you fight. And then the NPC disappears afterwards. So they did not bother to give him a proper dialogue or anything like that when you actually interact with him instead. So what happens is, instead of me walking up to the NPC, I interact with him from one tile away, which results in the default dialogue for this area, which is, well... The default dialogue for this area happens to be, hey, it's a book of spells, you learn the Firestorm spell, kind of like the chest for the book of spells. It's really weird. That's kind of how that works. Once again, druids are crazy with their melee attacks if they decide to really go all out on you. Oh, I got a weapon. Question mark weapon. As long as it doesn't stack. Oh, it's stacked with the other weapons. So I have a stack of 5 question mark weapons. I know those are long swords. So it's not a Moonphalanx, unfortunately, that I gained. Hey Archie, who's going to stay behind? Clarf. Too bad you can't leave Crest behind. Actually, that would be awkward. Goldfish memory strikes again. No, in this case, it's actually something I've never even considered or encountered. It makes sense, thinking about it, but it's not that I technically forgot. It's just, I never really leave Archie behind for any reason. She is too useful. Most of the time, anyways. Thank you, Mint. Also, I should equip something else on Archie. Here, question mark weapon. Why do I need Archie? To learn the spell with her. Oh, nice, we got the thing. We got a new weapon stack, which means Moon Valux acquired. Which, to give you an idea how much stronger that thing is, Mecha Halberd was really strong, and this thing is 60 points stronger. Only slightly worse in stabbing. So this will deal a significantly larger amount of damage. So I want to learn the Firestorm spell with Archie, and this is the only area where I can do this in. That's why I need Archie here. And now I one-shot the vines even without using a flare bottle. That's nice. So that's a sword I can get from the mini-boss encounter sometimes, if I'm lucky, that is. Something good from leaving Archie behind first. There's a good chance I will get more than one, actually, in this case, because I'm fighting so many enemies anyways. It's just kind of, that's the basically the price you pay. You don't get specific items, but in this case, there is a really good chance I would gain the item anyways, as in the Moonfallox. So, once again, it's a book of spells. So you interact with this NPC, which the developers did not expect of you. Archie learned Firestorm. I could do that a second time, by the way, if I want to. It's a book of spells. Archie learned Firestorm. Again. What? Also, weirdly enough, unless you switch screens or briefly open the party menu, Archie will not have the Firestorm spell in her inventory sometimes. So there's Firestorm. Firestorm is really handy and quite powerful for those Evil Lord encounters. But because I have the Moonfallox already, which is also super useful, I basically one-shot everything. There's another question mark weapon which is likely, or could easily be the Moonfallox again. Here we found the magic mirror, and with the magic mirror, this enables us to, well, go through mirrors, quite literally. Exposed. Ulahan? Not an enemy I've seen before. Isn't that an archer type? Yep, it is. But yeah, you see that Moonfallox really packs a punch. What does barrier do? I think it increases your defense? Probably. I don't actually know. Wow. At this level, Crest is strong enough to kill those guys like that. That's kind of interesting. Oh! Oh! Here's one of the issues. Do I have even anything that can damage those? I can't damage those guys because my sword is elemental. You can't switch weapons in combat. This game. Well, I need Clarf in my party. It might protect pro statuses? Oh, that might be likely actually. That means I'll have to redo everything. Thunderblade. I have one chance in a sense. Okay. Technically, Mint has a physical attack, which actually does physical damage. This is going to be... I think this works against the Charon enemy, but I don't think this will work against the Druid. Oh, that's awkward. Please don't heal. Go, Min, go, Min, go, Min, go, Min. Oh boy. Don't heal. Don't heal. Thank you. It heals itself. Oh, it didn't heal it, so... No, come back! I should have used a flare bottle on Mint. Ouch! Ouch! Why are they so strong and damaging stuff? This is ridiculous. Oh, Archie just defeated it. Archie just defeated it. Oh boy. No, ah! Alright, I need a life bottle on Mint. Go far away, Mint. Go far, far away. Okay. Why not Power Hammer? That's a good idea, actually. Okay, No! Ah, you're a monster. Ah! I don't have that many left. Oh boy. Oh no! Why? Oh boy. No! Alright, we can't take Clarf out of our party. Oh, I pressed B by accident. We can't take Clarf out of our party. We have to keep him in there. Dows should definitely promote this druid. Yep. I have no idea why druids even bother to cast spells. Archie, please. You're going to heal them. Yeah, Clarf's Maxwell is by the way non-elemental, so it works really well. Against pretty much anything that usually absorbs spell damage. This is probably the most irritating thing about those enemies. They just cast their spells so quick, it's so hard to deal with. Oh, alright. Well, guys, now we know why we want to upgrade our other people's weapons, right? We've been wondering, why do you need to upgrade other weapons of other characters? Well, there's your reason. It's straight up? I think it's straight up. I forget where I am, actually. Oh, it is here. Do you have explode at this point? What do you mean with explode? Oh my god, no. You need a fire spell. No, you cannot have explode. Oopsie. Ouch. No, stop it! Wow. You get stun locked, you just said. Explode spell is something you acquire in Force Tower later on. Wow, those random encounters are really brutal. Explode is physical damage? No, it's fire. Or maybe we're not talking about the same spell. The one that I used earlier with the yellow cake, that is a fire spell. So we need both Archie and Clarf here. So Mint, sorry, I'm going to leave you behind. By the way, this is one of the few RPGs where the party just kind of goes, huh, The door closes when we step off the switch. Why don't we just leave someone here to keep the switch down, press down? Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea, isn't it? I didn't consider that the druids absorb elemental damage at all when I equipped the Moonfelix. Did not consider that at all. That was kind of a questionable move. Also don't have an easy way to heal anymore, I just realized. So I probably want to just go all out with spells. Fight so hard and got so far. In the end, it didn't even matter. I'm not good at that. Clarf use Luna actually. You use Ignition. That on Clarf. Okay, it's just Clarf. Wait, Firewall leaves a dot damage? Interesting. Bombs. You just don't usually hear it, Robot Cop. That's the only difference, really. Thank you for not casting more spells. Also, those hats are creepy. I'm not happy not having Mint in my party at all, by the way. I really miss Mint. I may want to actually just not equip the Moonfelix if I get one. Considering I don't even have it in it. It's actually interesting how useful Luna is right now. Wow. BTN Neanderthal, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. It's kind of awkward. That's actually a pretty decent hole, thank you very much. Where do you come from? What do you do over there, if I may ask? Welcome everybody. I'm using so many healing items. I'm literally contemplating going back to get Mint right now. I don't have enough resources to get through this, I think. I actually don't know whether that hits. That probably does not deal any damage, does it? No, it doesn't. Because Indignation is lightning element. This, on the other hand, should kill them. The second Luna spell should probably wipe out the entire right. No, actually it wouldn't. It would not deal enough damage. Isn't Tales made by Enix? No, I don't think so. But so, we have the Firestorm spell now. Tractor Beam is non-elemental. Oh, I don't have that. I contemplated, should I just get Tractor Beam? Because why not? And I, in the end, decided, nah, it's fine, I don't need it. Let's see. That's silly. Treasures are forbidden! There's a chance that the evil lord will die to just one maximal spell cost. Not in this case, that was way too little damage, but it's possible. Okay. Okay, we should have this fight here. Plus some more firestorms. There we go. Question mark weapon acquired. And the rune bottle. Oh yeah, this is rather expensive to do overall. Did we get... Oh, we did get a moon phalanx. I'm definitely going to equip that now. This time, I actually have Clarf in my party, or backup spells if necessary. So, magic mirror found. And greetings, BTN Neanderthal, thank you for the host, it's going quite fine. How are you doing, and what were you doing, if I may ask? Welcome back, Leela. Firestorm! Distortion? I don't even know the distortion spell, to be completely frank with you. There we go. Orange gum acquired. How many orange gums do I have anyways? 8. So I need to be a little bit careful about using them. Because I will need some for the Dows battle. In before 5 druids. I think the max can be 2 druids. I'm not even sure whether that's true in this area here. I'll definitely exchange Archie, by the way. Oh, those... Never mind. I thought those golems might actually absorb. Light, but they don't. They absorb fire! Oh, that's what they absorbed. I knew they would absorb something. I just didn't remember what it was. Ouch! Rude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't really want to use my last apple gummy, otherwise I will have to backtrack outside. I'll probably have to do that anyways, actually. I need healing items. Unless I get something rather odd going. Oh, that's bad. Oh boy, alright. I need mint. I can't leave this without mint. I can't run. Not allowed. You're doing quite well. Streaming Diablo 2, of course. More of a casual player like Uncapable. Full-time streaming Diablo 2 right now. Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. I'll actually real quick do this. That sounds really nice. Diablo 2. Which server do you play on Diablo 2? Assuming that it's online. I don't know whether it's online or not. Okay, that was another rip. So yeah, don't take Mint out of your party. That's really unhealthy. 5 Charons. And Archie, please don't cast Indignation against Charons that absorb all your spell damage. That's just silly. Wow, rude. Maxwell. Yes. Again. This guy teleports into the middle of your party. You are in big trouble, by the way. Has gained a level. Who is east? Yes, east, I see. So, it's basically... the plan is now to leave Clarf behind, but do not equip the Moon Phalanx even if I get one, otherwise we are in big trouble again. Wow, you're close right in front of my nose. He could use... That's right. I'm curious whether this now does more damage. It failed on the first one. How am I supposed to check the other ones? Can't use Indignation right now, not enough spell points. There we go, thank you Mint. This should kill them, I think. There we go. Alright, resource management will be a big issue. So Mint keeps us alive with the power of Mental Ring. Considering this, maybe I should not have sold the other Mental Ring. Because that's apparently a really valuable asset to sustain. Got 70 Kira's Guardian with low rune today. That sounds really nice. I have to admit I don't know what that really is. A pretty big... what it when it comes to Diablo 2, to be honest. Still learning a lot. Nice crit. Orange gum is acquired. Hey, that's really nice. I do know Diablo 2, yes, but there's still so much that I don't know. I've never really played it high level casually, and I've started speedrunning it just kind of with the basic knowledge of basic items, as in nothing terribly high-end fancy, so to speak. Did I just start this year? In a sense, I just started speedrunning it this year, yes. I've played it casually when I was a kid, but never into the higher regions, so to speak. As in a sense, I even actually stopped playing essentially around when rune words were introduced. I never had... I never knew that rune words even existed until I went back to Diablo 2, basically. Druids have so much evasion, it's ridiculous. But this dragon is really fighting to stay alive. I don't blame you, no one wants to die, but you kind of have to. So yeah, let's put it this way, in terms of just general goodies and rare items, I don't know much. I barely know how to create the basic rune words for speedrunning, and usually even for those I have a cheat sheet next to me. Greetings, Jack Rody, how are you doing, sir? That's the wrong thing to use. Okay, Firestorm does actually pretty decent damage against those bots. But I really want to just get rid of those little guys first. That's really important. Stop killing Mint, prick. That's really not that. You're doing great, nice. Glad to hear that. Basically, when I was still playing, the best way to level, just change from Hell Cow level to Hell Act 1, just up until Shank, is what we basically did. Just runs like that. I don't even know whether that was the best way, that's kind of what I remember doing. And I remember going from basically godlike with my super low equipped druid to... well, I can't kill anything anymore. Let's check real quick. Do I have a rune thingy? I don't have a Moonfallox this time. That's unfortunate. So indignation. Firewall. Rude. Or 109. Something like that. As I said, I remember I know runes were a thing, but I didn't actually know that rune words are a thing. As in, I saw those fancy new things that are called runes. That's about that. Have I heard of seen the Summon Night Swordcraft story games? Not at all, actually. Never heard of it. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Need to move some stuff. Okay. Orange guys are still fine. Still need to be rather careful about the usage of my items. I'd rather not go back outside if I don't have to. Okay. We use a flare bottle here again. Watch it just uses indignation. Those things are so ridiculously high evasion. Such ridiculously high evasion. Crazy. The thing is, I never play Classic, by the way. Or not really, anyways. Okay, that kind of works. Rude. Thank you for the heal. Nice. On the top. Nice. I actually got more into Diablo 2 after Ragnarok Online went to the closed beta. Because I kind of needed some other replacement for that kind of addiction. So that's probably the easiest way to pinpoint it. That was the international version of Ragnarok Online. But only for a short time until I was actually able to play again. Okay, Firestorm for those guys. Wow, those guys died in one hit. That's fascinating. Very impressive. Oh, the little Charon tried to heal this druid. So adorable. Not strong enough though. Nope, still didn't get the thingy. Who's going to stay behind? No one! We leave no one behind. I just need everybody in my party right now though. Just because I need to spread. Oopsie! I don't even know what this in those chests. Protect ring, rune bottle. I guess that's cute. It was your successor addiction to Diablo 2. Interesting. For me, it was basically Diablo 2 was the replacement because I could no longer play Ragnarok Online since I had no method to play. It wasn't even that I didn't want to pay or didn't have the money to pay, it's just we didn't have a credit card. At some point we found basically a way around that. That was the only reason why I didn't play for a long time, just no credit card. Thunderblade again. Mint is immediately going to cast Nurse. I want to stay in the screen for everybody to get a hit by it. Don't Thunderblade me again. That's rude. Also, please stop teleporting everywhere. You're just elongating the inevitable. Mixed come here quiet. Oh yeah, I do have those too, so that's essentially my backup, isn't it? Alright, we finally managed to get the mirror. That took me way too long. And now we backtrack to get the key to the door, then we go all the way back up again. Oh boy, this takes so much longer if you actually have to fight everything. Pipe. Clarf have no longer any magic wand left. So we just ask Archie for another indignation. Hey Phantasia, how are you doing? I can't use a weapon because I don't have it. It didn't drop this time, Fabian. It didn't drop this time. I don't have it. I'm actually going to use Runeball on mixed gummies, I think. There are mixed gummies. That way I can use miracle gummies, which replenish... Oh. See? Both magic and... TP at the same time. Look out! Maxwell! 1600. I like how the lizard is just standing behind all of them, just waiting to get healed as well, I guess. That was weird. So from those dragon in the mirrors, by the way, in the speedrun I'd hope to get a moon phallus usually. Which does not always happen. Sometimes it does. Question mark weapon acquired. Hey, let's see. Alrighty, thank you very much. BT or BT Neanderthal, Neanderthal, whatever. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for the host and take care. Yeah, we get another moon phallus. The drop rate is really not that low. It's just kind of awkward to hope to get it. Elixir, white mist, lavender. Oh, there are two druids. I think I'm going to use a miracle gummy here. One druid down. So we just need to rely on Maxwell from Clarf to defeat the druid. Thankfully I have Clarf now in my team. You can have this one, Clarf. Rest well, Aricradis. Thank you very much for dropping by. Take care. Reverse all acquired. Interesting. This is actually not too far away from the entrance, but I think we should be fine here. Oh, this is the mirror. Okay. I hope one ball hits the dragon. It didn't. Oh, alright. I killed the dragon. That works for me. I did not mean to lightning bolt there. Yep, Moonfallox is really good if you don't meet druids. What is going on? You get dragged into the mirror. I'm really glad Mint is really high level too. Wait for an indignation here, and then finish off the last guy with a single swing. Hopefully, anyways. Ow! Ah, this did not work out as planned at all. There we go. Yeah, this is actually not a actual speed run, it's more of a challenge run right now in case you're curious about that. Up, down, left, right, down, up. There we go. Best. Gold key found. I wish there was an exit spell. Would be really handy. Rude. At least they are not terribly dangerous, it seems. I might as well use simple attacks to kill them. I'll try to anyways. Thank you for the human. Wow, he actually got a spell through. That is pretty impressive. Smoke weapon acquired. That's very few glitches. This game has about 2 glitches that are kind of significant but not useful at all, unfortunately. I've looked into that. And yeah, this is not a speedrun. In the sense that it's more of a challenge type run. I'll just probably rely on mixed gummies, I guess. There we go. How many hours do you think this challenge will take you? I don't know. I kind of hoped it would be around 9, but right now it's looking more like 11 or 12. I not know. We'll see. You're going home? Take care, Pavi. Always look left and right before you go across the street. Thank you for dropping by. Ah! Sure. No, not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do at all. Yeah, I mean, at some point I wanted to look into hard mode. Well, why not now? Yeah, I mean, the holy bottles, I just sold already 5 or 6 of them. So, who is going to leave behind? Archie. We actually have to leave Archie behind here, because that's the only way to progress. You go to bed, Luria? I see. Take care and rest well. Thank you for dropping by. Orange gummy, quiet. I actually start to like those encounters with those vines, because they give me orange gummies. I need to go all the way. By the way, there might be a small pizza break in this run included, now that I think about it. Nice orange gummies. Never actually played Phantasia or got very far, but beat Destiny, so Destiny next. Nice. Use the gold key. Hey Archie, come up here. So this is one of the little things I like about this game, just kind of... Look, Archie can fly, why don't we just let her fly up this hole and let her join the party? Way easier than having her stand on the switch and us finding some way around that door or so. I mean, we did find a way around the door, but you get what I mean. Ow. Ow. Iron Man. Oh my god. Go away. Okay, I'm going to last indignation here. Because otherwise I feel like this Iron Man is going to corner me. So many encounters. I'm not even sure how he blocked that while casting a spell. That's pretty impressive. So we are almost through this castle though. This is one of the longer ones. But mostly because of the enemies, I feel. Not actually that bad if you know what you're doing, usually anyways. Okay, save point. It opened. After the next battle here, I will be setting something up that I've been... I kind of want to do before Dows, because it will give me so much more of an HP buff. That was such a weird attack there. This will kill the dragon over there, actually. Good job, Archie. Alrighty, so what I'm going to be doing here is the following. I'm going to first up heal everybody up to full. I'm not sure that's relevant. Then I am going to equip my main character with the Black Onyx, increasing HP, max HP by 30%. Then I'm going to switch screens. After that, I will start using those red sages that I've been gathering. My main character. Switch screens again. Use the red sage. Switch screens again. Use the red sage. I've actually gathered 2 more than I usually have at this point in the game. Just so I would have a higher HP pool. Every time I switch screens, it will update the actual value for my maximum HP. So I will get a greater increase in maximum HP. I have 9500 HP right now. That is with the Black Onyx though. Which is fine. Actually, I can create another one. I can create another one. So here's an actual question that I have. But before I do this, I'm going to save real quick. So my current maximum HP without the Black Onyx is 7531. Let me write that down real quick. $7,531. Alrighty. Now I equip the Black Onyx. Switch screens to make it active. Then use the red sage on it. So this would be an increase if it goes up to 99. But only by a little. It would be increased by 209 from the previous value. So let's see, what do I have now? Without the Black Onyx, it will be 7,740. So that is less than 700 more, which means that's why I saved. Having the Black Onyx equipped in this case is actually counterproductive because the Red Sage only increases my maximum life up to 9,990. So I need to unequip the thing, and then I gain more max life total. I actually did not know that until just now. I just figured, hey, that's worth a check. So I will equip the Black Onyx, Persian Boots. This is essentially maximum defensive equipment that you can have at this point, including the maximum health. So I do not need MP on this guy, but I need full MP on Archie and Clarf, preferably. Then I have 4 more rune bottles, which I will use on... where's the pickaxe here? That's awkward. Lavender? No, that doesn't help me right now. Probably just mix gummies. Then I need to equip Clarf with Mystic Rune, that's good. What other thing could help him? Probably Persian Boots. And her with Mystical Rune and Black Onyx. That's fine. Gives her a better HP buffer. The formation will be everybody goes far, far back. And that should be the preparation for this battle. Hopefully, anyways. Oh, we need to open it again, of course. It opened. Let's go, guys. So, as we arrive at Dows, Archie will just kind of go, wait, guys, why is Dows doing this? Why are you attacking some areas, not others? And Dows is just kind of getting really annoyed. What are you talking about? Essentially, Dows has no clue what you mean, because he does not realize that you are not all informed about human stuff. Also, on the right side, that's Dows. So, my plan here is to cast Maxwell a lot and Indignation a lot on Dows, while tanking all the damage with my main character. So the goal here is to not kill those little guys in front of Dows until Dows is defeated. So the way Dows works is he is ridiculously powerful. If you let him get close, because as long as he does not get close, more specifically, he will not unleash his powerful attacks and abilities. So we just keep him behind his line of minions. He will never get past his lines of minions. As long as there are minions there in between Dows and us, we are basically safe, you could say, from his really ridiculous powerful attacks. So I just keep healing my main character. I'm just standing here, tanking the attacks, finishing me off with spells. Also, story-wise, Dows is completely invulnerable to physical attacks, which is not entirely true. You can damage him, however, he would heal all the physical damage back you deal to him. So spells are at least initially the way to go, until he drops below 50% HP, then he would stop regenerating as much from spells. Instinct sick! 12 rounds in a row. Thank you so much, sir. That is such a long time. Thank you so much, Instinct sick. That is such a long time. Thank you so much, Instinct sick. Really appreciate that. Indignation does about 5,000 damage, Maxwell does a good chunk of damage. So far I didn't need to use a single healing item, it's rather interesting to me. Also, he really does not like the Indignation. There we go. Dows has been defeated. And interestingly enough, the camera keeps staying to the right. The game does not expect you to defeat Dows without defeating the little guys. And that was Dows defeated. Unfortunately, we just defeated him. He actually got away. Kind of like in the beginning cutscene, he teleported somewhere into the future. We didn't kill him. So what do we do with this? We kind of need to follow him to figure out where he is now or later, for that matter.